Welcome back, everybody, to On the Edge of Shadow. I am your narrator, Blackthorn, here, and this is our first session of 2022. I hope everyone had a pleasant and peaceful holiday. We're going to be starting off our evening with a brief moment of silence in solidarity for our tabletop family member, our beloved and illustrious Jono. Who has recently fallen ill. And he is tonight closer to us as he is on the other side of the world. And we hope he's sleeping currently. As he's prone, he's closer to the earth and thus closer to us in America. Jono, we wish you a speedy recovery and we love you, brother. As the stage curtains open of our session tonight, we see that cold, windswept coastline that we last saw the late Shihan the Red Blade as he had met the Grey Lord in the flesh. Seemingly, he may or may not find himself suspiciously with the sensation of his previous life, but some choice things are missing, or he's just not able to sense. On the coastline, he should be smelling and tasting the salt spray of the ocean there, but that's gone. And initially, Shihan may or may not be made to feel very uncomfortable with the situation. There's a moment of silence as the Grey Lord last spoke to him. Come, we have work to do. And he's taken a few steps away, but paused to look over his gray cloaked shoulder just to wait. Are you coming?
Shihan, still a bit disoriented with where he is, sniffs the air, sort of with the quizzical look on his face, looks at the Grey Lord, and he says, if you lead me to my vengeance, then yes, I am coming. And he begins to step towards his figure and follow him.
You walk up the beach. As you walk up onto the tall grass, there are a few more, three, in fact, three other primordials, different, but clearly of the same stock and kinsman to this entity, the Grey Lord, but garbed in corselets of ebon and with daggers thrust into their girdles and shoulder capes. As the Grey Lord leads you into this company, one of them steps forward and he actually hands you a slave collar.
Shihan will look at it, look at the fellow, which he already has a very suspicious look on his face.
Of course.
Every time he's encountered these beings, it has been in a very negative light. And he looks and he says, do you expect me to put that on?
The Grey Lord simply says, where we are going, you're going to need that. It is only temporary.
Mm-hmm. I will do so on one condition.
You may speak.
Let me secret a blade. Make you feel better.
That won't be necessary. Where we're going, no one will touch you with that on.
He raises a bit of an eyebrow and he says, consider it like a small child's doll, if you will, to soothe my tempestuous emotions. I promise not to place it in your kidneys. He sort of gets a little wry smile at that.
Here you could not place a knife in anyone's kidney.
Hmm.
You have my word. No harm will come to you.
Okay.
You are property of the dead, and no one will touch you. There is no necromancer that could steal you from me in my realm.
Ah,
Not
at
a
that,
single one.
as him saying that, it's sort of his memory came back at the fact that, necromancers, he knows a few, he's heard of a few, and he looks at the collar, takes a deep breath and takes the collar, looks at it, looks at the three, and says, and just sort of shakes his head. He starts to say something a couple of times, and then he just puts the collar on.
You as you take this thing in your hand, it's actually okay. A slave collar is a slave collar, and no matter what, the word the description I'm going to use is God, how does the saying go? It's a cage or a prison cell is a prison cell, no matter how you gild it. This is a slave collar, but it's a very opulent slave collar.
Okay. So it's bling, basically. But yeah, at the same time, it's still
it's
yeah.
it's gotta yeah.
He places that thing around his neck. He is very uncomfortable with it being there, but
it's very wide.
yeah, and he does adjust his neck a bit, and he says, "It makes me look haughty."
You are haughty. As that priest actually steps forward and like clicks a leash onto one of the rings, he says, "Come."
I suppose I don't have a choice now. Blogger could see me now.
You still have your dignity. It's only us four, says the priest, actually holding your leash.
Shihan just looks at him, just almost glaring, but doesn't say anything.
He knows what you're thinking.
He tries to nod, but like obviously the collar probably gets in the way, and he does takes his hand and just sort of flicks at him, like, proceed.
Your troop begins walking across this almost whitewashed and bleak landscape. You walk for several days. You're not tired. You have not eaten, and you're not hungry. You walk through a stretch of country that you find very familiar, almost uncannily. Like I've bathed in that stream. You stop and you try, like you like half try, like, but and then like a light jerk on the leash, and he says, "We know. Come. We'll explain where we are going." As the days bleed into chains, chains bleed into months, the weather changes, and you somehow find yourself, through whatever lapse of time, strange as it may be, it's starting to weigh on you heavily. The weather becomes significantly colder, and the Fae in you, or what's left of the Fae in you, instinctively knows that you're no longer in the outer realm. There's a indescribable feeling that you're closer to the inner world now.
At one point, he will remark and say, "Has the cycles begun turning again?"
No, not here.
Then how How is it that it is more winter now than it was when we began?
I'm taking you home.
Oh, but that's back there.
My home.
Oh, as you wish. I'll not be scrubbing your timber pots, though, just so you know.
Actually, that snort of amusement was actually in character for the god of death. No, that will not be necessary. Some chains later, and you find yourselves in the company of more and more primordial folk. You've seen these people. I beg your pardon. Yeah, as you've seen these people dressed for war. It's very strange and almost alien to see them like on the other side of that. Peasants, primordial commoners, farmers directing their personal slaves to till their fields and them as well out in their crop fields. You come across a primordial who pays you next to no attention, who has a brace of quail over his shoulder, possibly a ranger or a hunter himself. It is at this point, as you enter a small city-state, you pass beneath their tall stone gate there, that you do notice that they actually have the technology for the post and lintel doorway, which no one else has anywhere else in the world.
Stare and wonder at that.
Exactly. No one seems to notice you. No one seems to notice the priests escorting you. No one seems to notice the Grey Lord leading you.
At one point, he will raise a finger and says, I have a question. Why is it that I saw fields and tilling and hunting in a place where we feel no hunger?
The Grey Lord just sniffs at that. Well, he looks to one of his priests, who just smirks. He says, "Shall I explain it to him?"
Yes, please. I would very much like to know.
The Grey Lord says, I will explain it to him. You are an apparition. Which I will tell you,
Yeah.
It is impossible for a fair folk to be an apparition.
Yeah,
you don't die a death that mortals know.
Yeah, he is. He's told that, and it's like, you're
Perhaps
having
the
me
word
on.
that you would use,
Yes,
pops. Another word we could use is specter, a ghost, a spirit.
Okay. I'm intrigued at this point. As he says out loud.
Do you see that maiden there?
Yes.
Who's weaving on that loom?
Yes.
He actually motions for one of the priests to hand him the leash. He takes it, and he actually walks over to this woman.
Okay.
He says, "I want you to touch her on her shoulder."
Okay. I reach out and touch her on her shoulder.
She makes no reaction to you.
Do I feel her, though?
Barely.
Barely, but okay. So it's almost like a memory of a touch.
Kind of.
Huh.
You might have a moment there, like, oh, wait, that's what that feels like.
Yeah. He pulls his fingers back and sort of, rubs them together. And actually reach out and sort of tap her on the shoulder as if to get her attention. And of course,
she does not.
Yeah.
I will say, when you touch her skin, you gotta keep doing it. She feels
Okay.
incredibly warm, and
Hmm.
now it's your
Yeah, it's now I realize there's a chill in the air, apparently.
and now yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same reaction like you see someone like has really warm
Mm-hmm.
hands and you come
Mm-hmm.
here, I want that, and you're drawn to it.
Okay. He'll like she begins stroking that shoulder, sort of almost gently,
There's
fascinated with the warmth.
right. There's a jerk on the chain. He says, "That's enough."
But okay. He'll look at his hand and almost mournfully look back at her and turn and so are you taking me to where Indukage is? I'd like to do that to him, but not for those reasons.
Oh,
I'd like to stroke him gently around his neck a lot.
there will be many stroking on his neck, but it will not be done by you. You're going to help them do it, though.
Oh,
His eyes narrow at you sinisterly, though.
hmm.
That sends a shiver up and down what's left of your spine.
Yeah. He's like, and for a moment there, he forgets the feel of that warm skin, and a different warmth starts permeating, the warmth of possible revenge. And he says, "Tell me more."
In due time,
Hmm.
come with me. You leave the city state, and again, you are back out on the road. Some weeks later, bleed into chains. 3 months from this day, and you're on the foothills of a mountain. He says, "This is our destination, and this will be your home."
A mountain.
Correct. But it's what inside of it is our goal.
Oh, okay. Um, I've been told that ghosts can pass through walls. Is that what we're expecting to do here?
No.
That's
You see, he points with his chin to a stairway that seemed invisible to begin with, but now that you look at
oh
it, oh, that's obvious.
oh, it's one of those where you move your head one way and it appears, move it and the way and disappear. Okay, that's cunningly crafted. He at this point he's actually following along. Before it was sort of like he didn't really have like any pep in his step. It was almost like he was just trudging along. Now with this promise of possible revenge actually being within reach, he's been moving a bit more eagerly. The lead, if you will, hanging loose in most times. And in some cases, maybe him actually passing ahead of the person who's leading him. So he,
Yeah, no, that at this point, your escorts are less guards and more traveling companions. They've obviously the deity himself is the one holding your leash, but the other three are you kind of get the impression that this is old hat to them. Like they've escorted spirits to places before, and
yet another day on the job type feeling. Okay.
they're not unpleasant to you.
Ah, okay.
They've got an equal portion of like the master at bushcraft as well as a penitent priest about them.
And they're probably very, very tired of the songs I sing pretty regularly. So
um,
he is a singer of songs. So
they actually do not mind face singing. Which again was probably alien because these primordials are not like the ones that you're used to. There, there is definitely a capacity for cruelty in them, but if it's there, they're keeping it very well hidden, or it's just not there. But deep down into the bowels of this mountain that you go, and the whoosh, clang, and like the spray and hiss of uh, some steaming liquid finds your ears here, followed by another clang, a clatter, and a whoosh.
I'm assuming this is probably a in juxtaposition of majority of the time being just very quiet,
Quite, yes. There's a
but now
point
there's
where we get
clamor.
down into the belly of
Okay.
this mountain and you hear hammer on metal.
Hmm. So we're going to a forge. Is
Yes.
this to get this off of me possibly?
No, that will come off in its own time.
Uh, Understood. So what is this forge we're going to? What's the purpose of it?
This
Oh,
is the mountain Aruthaga. In
oh,
these fires here will help you get your revenge.
hmm. So I'm to help forge a weapon of some type, possibly?
You are.
Huh.
And the three priests just smile at you.
I look at them and sort of smile back and then turn away from them and like, they're crazy. I don't have any skills as a smith. Okay. But hey, I have time to learn. He's saying his stuff out loud, not like loudly, but sort of almost muttering to himself. But hey, I have all of time to learn, I suppose.
Yes, you have all of the time that is left before the void takes us all to learn.
But well, I would probably want to finish a little bit before then. It'd be useless if I finish it when the void takes us.
Well, the Grey Lord simply smiles and says, "We have plenty of time."
Ah, that's good to know.
You pass by smith after smith after forge, billows, an enormous anvil the size of a banquet table. Has many smiths hammering on it, and you now it dawns upon you that the highly wrought primordial mail that all of their, I suppose, their best warriors are outfitted in comes from beneath this mountain. The strange ebon that they use that somehow glitters when ebon is not supposed to glitter, glitters here.
Yeah, he's going to actually look closely as he's walking by these smiths at what they're making.
Uh,
Might even at time have to be gently tugged to pull away from a particularly fancy wrought blade or whatever that happens to be there.
it looks like they are this section of the mountain, or let this the belly of this mountain is seemingly a factory for the arms and implements of the primordial imperial army. It seems standard issue weapons, and sometimes you'll find something highly wrought and very beautiful looking that even to your artistic fey nature, some of these are otherworldly and ancient: swords, axes, bows, pole arms, shields of a strange pattern, but everything is remarkably stunning. You pass through this area and you go into what seems to be a basement, like a side forge, almost seemingly long forgotten. It more resembles a tomb than a forge. This forge in particular has not been lit for a very long time, and it doesn't take anyone to tell you this. There's cobwebs thick as canvas all over everything. And the priests come in, the Grey Lord hands your leash off to one of them, and he proceeds to chain you to the billows there.
No. Okay. So I'm to pump the bellows, I suppose. You reach up and like grab the bellow handle and give it a cursory pump, probably causing a lot of dust to fly around this room.
Yes. The rest of the guys there, they go about cleaning the place. One of them disappears to fetch you lumber to have the thing lit. And he actually places it in a very neat, very smart pile next to you. And
Okay.
the Grey Lord takes out a length of ebon.
Okay.
And then he takes out a bar of solid gold and places that next to the ebon on it's on a let's say it's on like a wolf pelt, and he's got this length of ebon, a smaller length of gold, and a brick of orichalcum.
Oh, those are rare.
Oh,
Oh,
indeed.
yeah. Shihan will go over and sort of go to the end, I guess, the end of his leash and sort of look at him a bit. He says, "Well, I suppose I should light this fire." And he'll begin setting up as a just out of habit, a hidden fire, the way to stack it properly so it doesn't smoke too much. And he looks around and says, "I'll need some steel to strike this with."
One of the priests hands you over a lighting kit.
And he starts going through it and getting everything set up, getting the tinder put in the right place, and begins trying to strike a spark into the tinder.
One of the priests comes over to the anvil, which they're kind of using as this table, and almost kind of like an altar in and of itself. He takes out a wooden bowl, small wooden bowl, and then he takes out a thing that is kind of like a pale blue white with a green circle on the side with a black dot in the middle of that green circle. And he takes it and he places it in the bowl.
So Shihan's sort of like looking at these, and he's like, "So I guess I am going to be forging something." He goes back and striking the steel on the piece of flint there, trying to get a spark into the kindling there.
It lights up effortlessly for you.
Oh, okay. He basically starts building the fire up, and he looks back and says, "How big does this fire need to be? I don't know anything about forging, so
as big as you can make it."
I can make a pretty big fire, actually."
Pretend for a few moments that it is your funeral pyre.
Oh, that you don't have to
Make
be
it
that dark, gentlemen. And he goes about building it, building up basically a bonfire in this hearth there. So nice and bright and hot. Does he actually feel the warmth of the fire, or is it like the memory of warmth?
You actually don't feel it at this point, which is probably the most distressing thing here.
Yeah, because he'll hold his hands out.
Okay. You stick your hands into the fire, which should light you on fire, and it doesn't. You feel nothing.
I don't know how this wood doesn't produce a flame that has any heat. I'm not sure how you're going to forge anything with it, but he'll keep feeding it and building it up, and occasionally pumping the bellows, making it a little bit hotter, bring it down to coals, and basically stack it until he has a good deep bed of coals there.
Someone brings over the trough, which is just a big stone trough that it doesn't have wheels. It's kind of mounted on like this wooden sled that they can and it's got two like big, it's sculpted stone that has two handles on the end that you can actually slide across the clean floor. Okay. It's not like mounted to the floor or anything.
Okay.
And someone slides it actually over to you and just like sets it next to you, but there's nothing in it.
Okay. What's this for?
He says, simply be patient. We're getting there. At first, they begin melting the ebon, getting this thing ready. And after a few hours, this is quickly how they're doing this. There's no small amount of sorcery here. that they begin forging a blade out of this ebon.
Hmm.
And the Grey Lord takes us out. He begins the pounding, the shaping, the quenching, using oil to begin with. And then nightmare of nightmares. Primordial women are being marched into this place. And there, I apologize for the possible trigger warning, ladies and gentlemen, but these primordial women are being sacrificed on this anvil. This goes on for hours. It bleeds into the next day, and 88 of them in total have been slain.
About the 12th one or so, because as I said, Shihan hasn't really encountered these beings as being anything gentle, so this doesn't really shock him so much. But he says, you do understand your blood's toxic, right?
We're not going to be lighting it on fire, and you are dead. It does not matter. Your nose does not work anymore.
I've noticed that. Thank you very much for pointing it out. That's a,
and again, he goes back to hammering. He begins quenching this blade repeatedly in this blood, which does, in fact, fucking ignite some of it. And this place, I mean, with you notice that once they actually start quenching it in the blood, and those fumes do come out, not nearly as often as much as you'd initially anticipated. The design of this forge is almost like a kind of like a wind tunnel itself. There's a ventilation shaft somewhere here that disperses it in a way that seemingly, again, alien and unnatural. One of the priests actually looks at you very grimly and says, now it's your turn.
So you want to pound on the blade? Okay. He goes over and tries to pick what? Shows me help make the weapon, right?
You will be.
Right.
And the Grey Lord simply says, come hither.
He takes the lead and sort of jerks it a little bit and just tied to the wall.
And the Grey Lord puts down his hammer. He walks over to you. He unchains you from the wall. And he brings you over to stand next to him.
Right.
And he says, those months before, when you said you were not done.
Right.
Were you being truthful with me?
Yes, very. I still have much to be done back in the land of the living.
I'm sure. But this is the way you will do it.
Okay.
Kneel.
He sort of sighs, goes down on one knee, puts his hands on the other, and he says, do I need to swear an oath or?
No, just your head will be enough.
He looks at him and says, but I'm already dead. My head's somewhere.
Not
off.
Entirely. Is at this point where he actually reaches forward, he grabs your hair, a fistful of it, very gently, very guidingly, puts your neck across this anvil, and he says, in this way, you will never be done. And for the rest of time, until the void takes all of us, you will rest upon the breast of one so loved, and you will protect them, and you will embody that in vengeance. He says, I dub you Talauring, which there's for that moment before everything goes black. which is the Fey word for murmur.
He's like, to lowering? Almost questioning, I guess, before whatever happens to him. Which he won't know.
Yes. Now, the sword forged on this day in the realm of the living, but in the realm of the dead, in two places at once. The sword, known as Telauring, or Murmur to the immortal tongue, is a war sword of primordial ebon with a length of 162 centimeters long, forged in the fires of Mount Aruthaga, using 88 maidens and 48 layered wards, bindings, and runes of fury, with an edge of gold and a hilt of orichalcum, giving the weapon a striking and menacing appearance, with an immense petrified cyclops eye set into the pommel. The strong portion of the blade near the Keons glows with the same heat of its forging day and crackles with a volcanic fury, but to its wielder, it is cool to the touch. To the foeman, it is searing like the noonday sun. The hilt is wrapped with velvet and a cave bear fur fastened with thongs of leather. The scabbard is made of the wood of the Methuselah tree and is runed with banes against the cold and decorated with a constellation symbolizing a rampart. It is lined with cotton and well oiled and airtight. The sword acquired its name due to the crackling sound that is uttered in a low, harsh whisper, seemingly to say things in many voices, but unintelligible to any language. And thus, Shihan, the Red Blade, became Telauring, or the sword of murmuring vengeance. What's left of him, of Shihan, the Red Blade, is now lost, as he has been used as the primary component to forging a weapon. Now, back in the realm of the living, we see a gray cloaked figure enter a camp. And there's a personal audience with the war queen Mirai of the Mercian people. And it is to her that murmur is bestowed by Death himself. As that scene changes, we find our companions leaving the Hawthorne Village area. Some chains on the road, and you guys find yourselves on the edge of what seems to be the military encampment of the coalition forces. Regrouping there with what's left of your baggage train, Halthir in tow, Aiden Ostvelsong, the Saint of Song, with you in companionship. You arrive at dawn as the first blush of sunlight. You crossed the river and you're on what you remember to be the Atlantean side of the river, to a scene of carnage as the sun comes up and illuminates those once green fields, now gray, scarred, and stinking of death and smoke. There is an entire horizon is clogged with smoke. Halthir, being you are the tallest of your party, on a nearby hill, you see an entity clad head to toe in ebon mail armor, with an ebon wall shield, possibly a tower shield, seemingly too heavy to be wielded by such a thing, with a long, like a midnight purple cloak with silver and gold trim, and in over its shoulders, the tower shield is in its right hand, and a strange pattern, bident, two-pronged trident, a warfork, pole arm in its left hand. The visor of this helmet is actually up and actually sitting on top of the entity's head, almost similar in the like the Corinthian fashion, like how the Greeks actually would wear it on their heads but not down. And this pale, strikingly beautiful figure, this colossus in black metal, actually turns slowly to look down the hill at your company.
Halthir will very literally go, "Look, what's that?" and point directly at it. Just never quite seen anything like that.
Someone else will, of course, look at the hand going forward and to take a look.
It clearly it's an unbred soldier dressed for war. You're not quite sure if it's male or female from that distance, because the armor certainly does hide its sex very well.
That's what we call badassery in a can.
Oh,
You should probably go see what they want, though.
probably. I mean, I've heard tale of ebon armor. From what Father said, Shihan used to wear a breastplate of ebon. I've never seen quite that much on a person before. That shield looks as if it would bear one's arm down. Might not be even useful.
Ukion makes a very unkind slur about Shadow Fae in Fae-wise. Not something that I'm going to repeat to the audience. Just use your imagination. It was filthy.
That's not very nice.
And Ukion says the Shadow Fae are the enemies of Dawn Fairfolk. This has always been the order of things.
It's a sad thing, enemies. Although I understand them. Trust me. Our father told me all kinds of stories about enemies. I mean, to me, an enemy is a bandit, obviously, but I don't really hold any great malice towards them. So what have they done to gain the ire of the Dawn Fairfolk?
This goes back farther than the time of mortals, but it's a long story to tell, and I should not say it here.
Well, when we leave, definitely I want to hear the tale. First down the road.
He nods as your company ascends the hill. How close do you get to this lone soldier? Assuming a respectful speaking distance of possibly 10 feet, maybe. Or...
Close enough that we don't have to yell.
Oh, okay. All right. 10 feet, respectful speaking distance.
Or comfortable conversational distance for an ogre. Oh,
that's about 10 to 15 feet. You've got voices that can punch through a concrete wall. But you do, as you do walk up on this this thing, you do see that it is in fact male. You get to the crest of this hill, and the scenery beyond is just a sea of corpses, most of which are Atlantean, some of which are Fae and other mortal alike.
Halthir will sort of half bow, sketch a little bow to this fellow. Says, "Lord, might I ask why you're guarding a battlefield?"
I am no lord, but I thank you for the respect anyway.
I'm sorry, with the armor and such, I assumed you were some high noble of some type. You don't see that very often.
Oh, this is normal for infantry. I am standing vigil for my fallen companions.
Oh, I apologize. I did not realize that was the case. Halthir's voice definitely drops down to more of a respectful tone than before. Before he was sort of excited to meet someone like this. And now it's like, ooh, okay.
He kind of just like he kind of looks you in the eye, which I mean, he's goddamn beautiful looking for a fae, and he just smiles knowingly, and just kind of looks down, lowers his eyes penitently, and then he just kind of looks back up, and he kind of like gives you kind of like a half mournful smile. He goes, "Not many cultures stand vigil over their fallen companions, but it is. I am not offended, and I am sure that their spirits are not offended."
Would it offend them for you to tell us what happened here? How they fell?
My companions and I, beneath the command of our queen, the destroyer of nations, has decided to come and cross blades with the invaders, and this is the outcome. And he passes the wall shield from his right hand to his left. He uses his left index finger to like hook it on the top of the shield, and he points to the horizon, and you see it's all real smoky and dismal looking. He says, "That is an entire city on fire."
Halthir takes a moment and looks, takes the scene in.
It is at this point in time I need a sight test. First roll of the evening from Halthir.
That is going to be a 14.
You hear
my sight.
A sultry female voice in your ear, per the words, "Yes, send their souls to me." No one else can hear this, just Halthir.
He reaches down to his hip where he has his wine skin, takes it, pops the top, and he'll look around. And
actually, can I get a soliloquy from Halthir right now?
Yes, actually, I was going to go into one.
Excellent. I'm going to have a soliloquy from the party, actually, because this is a very somber scene here. Okay. Go for it.
So he of course reaches down and grabs and takes that wine skin, that old battered wine skin that he's actually fairly well tailored clothing and such, and most of the things he has is to a person who knows the wear and tear that travel can have on things is fairly new. Obviously, he hasn't been traveling for too long, but this wineskin is old and battered. It's been through some stuff. And he takes this wineskin and puts it to his lips, and he mutters something. Well, for an ogre, he mutters it. I don't think anyone in the party speaks the language he's muttering in.
Ogrish? No one else speaks Ogrish. Oh,
no, not Ogrish, because of the fallen bodies that are there. And he takes a drink of it, swishes it in his mouth, and what he's thinking at the moment is that this fellow next to him is standing over something that would be a utter banquet to Carnage. Carnage would love this, and then he hears this voice in his ear, and he's like, "Oh, yes, he does." And he's speaking. He's using almost the drink as if a way to cover him, to cover the what he's about to say. But he's going to dedicate the fallen Atlantean dead in their language, best he can, to Carnage. He has to actually puzzle out the actual words he's going to use, because he is most definitely not a native speaker, nor is he really a fluent speaker. He knows the words his mother has taught him, and he knows the incantation that his father would use whenever he was dedicating them to Carnage, though he himself is not a priest of it. But it does take him back to those days when he was younger, and his father was teaching him about Carnage, even though Mother disapproved somewhat. But he would tell him about, that Carnage has a place in the world. Carnage is most people think of her as in some ways an evil entity in the world. She brings death, dismemberment, and other horrible things in the world. But when the time comes for two groups to settle differences and diplomacy has failed, sometimes she's a necessary evil, and one should always honor her in places where things like this have happened, because she is a very fickle mistress, and if she were to look upon you and not feel that reverence towards her, she may take action to make sure you do revere her. So he does speak into this, into the mouth of this wineskin. He says, "Carnage, though I myself did not slay the men who have fallen here, if their souls are not claimed by another, then I dedicate their spirits to you." And he swigs the wine and swishes it around in his mouth, and he spits it on the ground. Just not on any corpses or anything like that, but just on the open ground near it. And then he says in Feywise, he says, "Take them as you wish." And he takes a drink of the wine and actually drinks it, then hands the wineskin to this ebon-clad fellow.
He'll take it, and he'll have a swig himself, but he'll actually like hold it up almost as a toast. He says, "To Carnage." He'll take another drink and he'll hand it back.
He'll just out of reflex hand it off to his companions. Do you want to join in this, fellas? No.
Ukion will refuse the sacrament of Carnage, as actually does Felsong actually? Oh, no, yeah, he does actually.
Okay.
When it touches his lips, he kind of gets this, kind of like furrows his brow, and he just kind of eyes you narrowly and says,
"Sweet as mother's milk," he says.
He's not saying anything, but he knows exactly what he just put in his body. Yeah, hands it off to someone else. Will you partake of the milk of Carnage, he says.
Someone else will take it. He'll look around for a second. He'll look at the burning city. He'll look at the corpses.
Well, you can actually go for your soliloquy here too.
Yeah. Oh, I figured that's what we were going into. Yeah. He is not one to follow Carnage, but he knows that Carnage is needed. So it's not really so much he gives her lip service, but he gives her that layman dose of respect, I guess you could call it. He has never made, any offerings to her whatsoever, and I'm sure if she's ever looked at him, she knows that his body, soul, and mind are to other gods and goddesses and whatnot. But he heard Carnage be bounced around a couple of times in just this conversation. So he'll raise the drink. He'll take a drink, and I can do a self-control or whatnot if you want to see if he keeps his resolve or not.
I won't make you roll for it. It'll be fine.
Okay.
However, you may have to reap the repercussions of drinking the holy liquids of a different religion. However, but that is up to you. Play your character.
Well, It's more the fact that he saw Felsong do it. So that was honestly what kind of made him say, all right, we'll go through this because this has now become a party thing.
Fair.
And even though, like I said, even though he does not worship or pay homage to Carnage, he is still a religious man. And they need to be paid respects as well. However, Carnage and or the Silent Monolith wants to take this, I will take that heat later on. But he will not say anything for good or evil, or for either side, for the souls of the fallen. But he will just take the drink and he will hand it back to Halcyon.
But Felsong actually looks across the way at the soldier and he says, "Trooper, where is your encampment? We are long on the road." His eyes settle on everyone's gaze, kind of like gauging everyone's response. Once he knows that everyone is agreeing, we are in need of a resupply and possible directions for these lads' next step. And the Umbreon, he simply says nothing, but in response he nods, and then he turns over his right hand side to the north and to the east of here. He points beyond that ridge on our side of the river now. It is for your peace and your souls to know that we have put the Atlantean cities Anaris, Ixthalan, and Thorganos to the sword. Their last stronghold is Shebkana.
Shebkana. Does that name sound familiar to Halthir?
Oh yeah, no, that is the city that Shihan and Blackfear actually visited when they were actually at the house of Myos.
Oh yes.
That's actually where where Kea was actually like, I suppose, living.
Yeah. So my mother spent some time in that city, some change, well, cycles ago actually. Yeah, she told me tales of the place.
It is their last bastion on the mainland, and we are planning to push them into the sea where they belong.
Good place for Atlanteans, from what I hear. The sea.
They breathe it plenty.
Yes, they do. So. Well, soldier, may I have your name? I am Halthir, son of Blogveer, a merchant.
Talanar. True Fae only require one name, and he actually shoots a stink eye and a half at Ukion. Almost like that true Fae comment was more a sneer than ooh.
Yes.
You see, Ukion's hackles immediately go up.
I always wondered about that. Most other species or people I run into, they always give their name, and usually a father's name or a place name. But all you Fae, you just give one name as if it's meant to be important. I suppose it is.
We only require one name. Well, I suppose mortals require more names to know where they come from. I don't see how you'd forget. It's your home.
There's so many more mortals. I suppose they have to have something to put behind that name to differentiate themselves from others with the same name.
He actually takes a few moments, and you know what? Seems logical, I suppose, if you breed like vermin. But fair.
That's true.
So. I understand.
So we'll take our leave from you then and leave you to your vigil. Thank you for the directions.
May Feldane keep you in his shadow. He turns back to go vigil over his battlefield.
And may Carnage cast her gaze elsewhere. So,
He doesn't turn, but you see his cheekbone actually turn up
Mhm.
in a smile.
and just to the others, it may be you may have heard Halther mention Carnage occasionally, but for him to actually do what would effectively be a minor ritual, a layman's ritual, seems odd for this fellow because he does not strike you as the kind of individual that is quick to anger or quick to violence at all. He's a big fellow, but mostly what he's talked about is weaving and growing up on a sheep farm and things like that. So he doesn't strike you as a warrior type that they typically deal with. So
when you return to the encampment, basically going to give you guys a few minutes to basically give yourselves a bit of a vignette here of what you guys do. To set the scene, however, as soon as the rest of the possibly older fair folk realize that Aidnost, the saint of song, is now walking amongst the living again, they're fawning all over him, which you guys will understand very quickly that actually makes some of the younger, more like full of piss and vinegar nobles either jealous or uncomfortable because all the beautiful camp following women are now fawning all over the old guy, and they don't like that shit at all. I just plain and simple, but that's going to be its own scene there. Your first order of business, at least in Silmanos's court, is possibly reporting to Orncath, his king. But with that meeting being as brief as it is, he's not. He is not pleased in the absolute slightest that their hereditary enemy, the Shadow Fae, are now openly joining the conflict. And it's quite literally making the fair folk look bad. The fair folk and the Arborians had put up their forces to attempt to repel the Atlanteans, and they have been essentially ever since then fighting kind of a withdrawing war, and they're being continually pushed back. And now that the battle-hardened Shadow Fae of the Far East, who have for the past several thousand cycles have done an almost constant state of war against the Vitruvian giants from across the sea, this is not a difficult thing for them, and it's very much put say the flower of fair folk nobility and say art of archery to shame, because you now come back on the dawn the next day after the first battle that the Shadow Fae have participated in, and they've put 3 of their cities to the sword. And the fair folk absolutely do not want them there because, shit, they're making us look bad now. Keith, you are you're muted. Sorry.
I was just saying, yeah, it's a bit of jealousy there.
Oh yeah. There is there's a brief scene, should you guys wish to actually role play in it. There is a meeting between Queen Akraya of the Shadow Fae, also known as the Destroyer of Nations, meeting with the other kings, if you guys wish to actually crash that.
I mean, Sylvanas has to report to his king, so I'm sure that's where we'd be going to, right?
Sure, I'll let you. Mike, how would you wish to proceed?
Silmanos would not
Mind you, the information I
crack.
just gave you is
Mhm.
like loud on
Right.
the ears and the lips of the
Yeah.
soldiery.
Yeah, everyone's
Right.
probably talking about it. Yeah,
Um,
grumbling and
he would hear the commotion of the royalty as it was, and he wouldn't so much crash it, but he would definitely get to within comfortable earshot. And also, are they like out in the open having this conversation?
They're in a pavilion, but like the front couple panels of the pavilion are open, so it's like semi-public.
Okay.
It's not they're not being quiet. This is
Right.
this is a royal debate.
Right. Excuse me. Actually, while he's walking up to this thing, he is going to find one of the acolytes that he's assumed is probably running around.
What kind of acolyte?
If he can find one of Winter, that would be best, but he will find any acolyte he can find.
Well, your people are here.
My acolytes are here with me?
Yes, your sect is actually here. All 38 of them.
Okay. Are any of... I didn't have any of my personal acolytes with, right? They didn't travel with us, right?
You, before you left for, I suppose, the Woodland Kingdom, I don't think we actually went over this, but I was thinking that you actually had asked the king to order your basically your retainers into his care,
Okay.
because for game reasons, I wasn't going to give you a baggage train. B, and I didn't want any of them to die because they could have.
Right.
And now that you have returned, you probably are going to expect them to be ordered back into your care, as they're not slaves, they're your retainers.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to find a page as I'm walking to the pavilion.
One of yours.
Or actually any page or squire. Like if I see some type of servant-esque level person running around,
Okay, there's plenty of that.
I'm going to call them over while I'm walking to the pavilion.
Okay.
I'm going to tell them, find the Winter sect. Tell them, I will give him my name. This is Jimmy. Yeah.
Yes, he's Jimmy. He's
Jimmy.
a half fae. His name's Jimmy. He's an Immersian.
Tell them that Ilmotar has come back, and that I need one of them, hopefully the senior one, to meet me at the pavilion with the royalty.
Okay. Yeah, no. Jimmy buggers off. He buggers off real quick to go get that. And almost well.
And this is the whole time
your people are very punctual. They the three most senior of your retainers actually meet you at the pavilion almost same time as you arrive.
Okay. I'm going to turn. Okay, I have the three most senior ones.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to look to the actual highest one there, like the most tenured, whoever the hell that is. I'm going to give him the notes on how to change apothecary as we know it.
Excellent.
I'm going to look at him. I'm going to give him those notes. I'll be like, you copy these, you give them out, you make it regulation. This is how we do it now. I don't care about tradition. I don't care about those codgy old fools who think we can only do it one at a time. We do this for the war effort. I'm going to look at the second one. I'm going to tell him I ride with some companions. Make sure they are taken care of. I will then give him a list of what I need resupply, which is mostly just my apothecary ingredients. Go get my armor fixed up, whatnot, provisioning, outfitting, yada yada. go look at the third one and be like, "You're staying here with me."
Your second in command, or well, we'll say, he is a 4th level warden, or say warden of the 4th circle, who before you had left, we'll say, he had just recently attained the 4th circle, and he is, to use D&D terms, he's a druidic knight.
Okay.
Paladin with druid spells. He is a shrine warden of, actually, I see a shrine warrior of the Silent Monolith. Yeah,
Right.
basically holy warrior Silent Monolith. He says, your younger brother has returned to us from the east. He's
Okay.
returned from his studies amongst the horse mortals.
Okay.
When was the last time that we've seen him? I believe it has been 600 cycles to the day.
Something like that. Yeah. It's
Long
been
enough.
Quite a while.
He's in the company of the king currently.
Oh, I'm getting ready to go talk to him anyway.
But we will see it done. Actually, your lieutenant, or say his name is Dorada. Actually, let me spell that for you. It's in chat. He bows to the rest of your companions, and the servant that was assigned to you goes out and probably takes control of what baggage strain that you guys have. She's a younger fair folk. She's a little like timid and mousy around the monolith that is Halthier. She's afraid of being stepped on.
Well, Halthier will actually, when he sees she's feeling uncomfortable,
she's
he'll
really
actually-
little for a fae.
he'll actually go down on one knee next to her and make it look as if he's giving her a bow, trying to be, because he knows he's been around mortals enough that he knows they feel really intimidated by how big he is. And he says, "Might I bother you for just a moment? What material is this clothing you have? What material is it made of? Or what is she wearing, basically?"
She looks very like sheepishly at Selmanos. Like, can I speak? Like, with her eyes, she's asking permission if she can reply.
Simonas just nods with like a smirk.
And she replies, "It is linen that our archwarden he provides for us."
And what color is it, by the way?
It is kind of a medium icy blue, like winter.
Ah,
They all have a raiment of that kind of a little bit darker than your text that you have right there.
okay. He actually reaches out and very, very gingerly and very gently sort of takes the hem of her sleeve in between 2 fingers and sort of feels it just a bit. He says, "Ah," and he reaches back into his cart and he pulls, which to him is like a little small thing he pulls around. And he pulls out this bolt of undyed cloth, this wool that his mother has woven, and he's like, "I would like to dye this. If I can find some dyers, dye this with that color, and I can make you a beautiful dress. I think you'd be quite fetching in this." So he smiles really big at her.
She
I'm waiting for the fate now.
She just replies with her with respectfully downcast eyes, and she says, "I'm just an acolyte at our sect of winter."
He takes his pinky and puts it under her chin and sort of
She
raises her
shies
chin
away
up,
from you.
Be well, young one. Obviously, you're very young, apparently. Just because one is an acolyte does not mean one should not be dressed well.
I would not wish to dress beyond my station, and I'm just a servant. I'm here to take care of your baggage.
Huh. he looks over at Somanos and he sort of shakes his head. He says, I apologize. I'm not used to your people's ways. I did not mean to offend this young lady, Somanos. How should I make it up to her?
She just stands there like super fucking awkward because barely anyone treats her. Not that like disrespectfully, but she's a servant. Like she's obviously
No one
a
pays her
person.
any mind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
she does not
Halthir's
like this kind of attention.
been in small villages, so he's never actually been in a large encampment where there actually are servants. So Sylvanas, how should I make it up to this poor young thing who I've offended in such a way?
Why don't we let her do what she needs to,
Mm.
and we can talk to her later.
Yes.
She's in the presence of a lot of people,
I understand.
and in a place like this, they're not used to that.
He turns back to her and he says, I am very sorry for making you uncomfortable, dear. And he gets up and steps away from the cart, placing the roll of fabric back in there. And this is basically a two-wheeled horse cart. And he said, and he sort of motions to it and says, do as you need to, ma'am.
So if I'm remembering correctly, and I wish Jono was here, he actually party quartermaster, you're not here. We need your supplies. I believe we had 4 mounts and whatever Halthair had. I think you just had a cart. Did you actually bring a steed?
No. He was. This is a cart that he
cart.
actually. Yeah, to him it's a hand cart.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, and he just basically, it's probably an old two-wheeled horse cart that his dad had either bought or had made.
It's wide enough for him.
Yeah, it's wide enough where like it has handles on the instead of having the one that goes out for 2 horses, it has 2, one to each side for handles.
It's a wheelbarrow to him, basically.
Wheelbarrow. He pulls behind him, but it has his bolts of cloth in it. His personal supplies stored in there. His food is probably a couple of crocks of wine or something like that.
Okay. Well, she will take care of your guys' baggage train and what's left of your traveling supplies and baggage horses. And I suppose the other acolyte, the second of the two, because your lieutenant left. Your second highest retainer is basically attending you guys. He's kind of flabbergasted that the saint is there, and he's kind of puffed up with pride that his essentially his personal liege lord is traveling with the saint himself.
Which when he tries puffing up, Silmanos will just give him a look like, come on. I taught you to be more humble than that. Come on. Like, not like in a mad way, but like Silmanos was not one for all the ego, I guess, so to speak.
You are the only one of your people who feels that way.
I know.
Because this is a being of your guys' folklore, still walking. If you don't take pride in their presence, you're a fool. He just does not look at you with that. It's the Fae pride of life there.
Right. That's fine then. But meanwhile, someone else is like, all right, he's a guy we've been traveling with. Like, he knows the importance of said figure, but there's someone that's like, all right, it's a traveling companion. We got stuff to do.
And with that, you guys will obviously enter that scene. The Destroyer of Nations is actually stationed on one side of this pavilion, surrounded by her no less than 4 daughters, her princesses, and some of her honor guard. She herself, the queen, is kind of seated on on a stool, not necessarily a like a throne of any kind. Like she's on campaign. She doesn't need pomp like the other lords do. She's kind of like half leaned forward, her legs spread, and like one of her elbows is kind of on her knee, um, in full kit.
Yeah, I
She
was about
has
to
a
say she'd probably be an armor.
yeah, she's just stepped off the battlefield. She hasn't bathed. She looks like a nightmare, a beautiful nightmare, covered in blood and mud. Um, and almost in like a Japanese feudal lord kind of position there. Um, they actually have her on a bit of a dais, um, and she her dais is higher than the king of the fair folk. He's not. He has a mat that he's actually sitting on, that actually has a throne on it, and between those two is Fulgareth, the High King of Arborea, and you walk in on a conversation that starts. Well, you would marry one of your greatest warriors to a young Shadow Fae who has no experience on the battlefield, which is the snarl from the fair folk, and the king of Arborea, Falgareth, just kind of looking over like, I. He closes his eyes. He's got this like smirk, but it's his lips are closed, and he looks over at Akraya, and she's about like ready to just pounce on this guy from across this pavilion with and Falgareth has this look on his face like, I really wish I could help you right now, but she'd kill us all. She could. And make a quiver out of my skin and boots out of yours. That's the look on his face, but he doesn't say anything. As you guys kind of deposit yourselves, I'm assuming you guys are going to be on the side of this assembly. Halthier, mind you, you're the tallest one here, save there's actually like 4 or 5 other ogres here. You actually see an Arborean kneeling next to a very strikingly beautiful, almost a carbon copy of Akraya herself, kneeling next to this Arborean. And it as the conversation continues, Princess Fetef, Lady Fetef of Turniak, is actually requesting Corwin's hand in marriage from his king. And the fair folk are attempting to object to this. And as the scene continues, Corwin has been newly ordained as a Stormlord, which would basically be a shrine warrior of Lekra, and the princess has had romantic feelings for him since they had been stationed here in the West, and their romance has kind of budded in secret, and she is now making it public that she desires him for her husband. And as Fae traditions are, it is the women who actually ask the liege lord of the husband if she can have him. And initially, she wanted to basically marry Corwin in secret, and wanted her mother to basically cover it up and be like, oh, hey, no, I bless this, you're done. And her mother, having a respect for the high courts, the Fae, said, no, we're going to be doing this right, and it will be in public, and I will eat the repercussions of this sort of cross court marriage there, as Umbread are distinctly unseelie aligned, and Arborians can be both. But as it's kind of openly known that most Arborians today are Seelie aligned. Actually give the party a few moments here to actually interact with people around them, as that is the scene for you.
So go ahead.
Okay, Silmanos basically will walk in upon hearing this, and he honestly is not saying a thing, because as soon as he hears that comment come out, in the back of his mind, he's like, oh, here we go. I am not getting in the way of this. The Silent Monolith cannot pay me enough to get in the way of this. So yeah, no, unless someone approaches him saying something, he's going to wait until there's either a break in the conversation or someone actually acknowledges him being there. Otherwise, he's just going to sit back and enjoy the shit show that's about to happen.
And Halthir?
He is going to, as surreptitiously as an ogre can, being as large as they are, work his way around the outside of this thing over where these ogres are. And sort of come beside one of them and look up at it, because I'm assuming Halthir he's a little over 9 feet tall. So he's probably, is he average height for a normal ogre? Or is that
for a male ogre? He's on the
short side,
more shorter side. Yeah.
That's So he sort of looks up at
These
the
guys
fellow.
are like 8, actually, well, 10, 11, 12 and a half feet tall.
Yeah. So he looks up at the guy he comes up next to, and he says, so what exactly is going on here? Are they trying to making a marriage alliance or something? An ogre whisper.
All right. Now the taller ogre there is actually a priest of Rhinu, actually the goddess of poetry and music and the arts. How the hell? Why is he here? He's the most opulently dressed ogre you have ever seen. He's actually dressed like
the Saints of Song in the camp here too.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. He looks like $1 million. Let me tell you. But he looks down. He's the Shadow Fae, the princess, their wishes to have that shrine warrior of Lekra for her own, and she is requesting his king for his hand in marriage, similarly to where how mortals will ask the father of the would-be wife for her hand. It is the interesting reverse. The women ask the Lord, not the mother, if the mother is not present.
And what is his name again?
Corwin.
Corwin. My father knew a Corwin at one time, a young man, actually. Could it be? And he sort of tilts his head and looks. And he said, according to what my father said, his friend Shihan gave the young lad a Fey iron blade at one point.
The thing known as Blue Candle. What's left of it? It's on his left hip there.
That is. And at this point, he gets excited. He says, "That is Corwin," loud for an ogre.
Yeah. See, now that you've actually aroused the entire fucking assembly, Corwin just kind of like stops and is like turns.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Continue.
He just kind of just yes, it is me. He just kind of looks at like what his fiance to be. He's like, Who else
I'm
did you tell?
I,
And
I,
she just
I
giggles.
I'm sorry. My father told me tales of you growing up. I apologize. His name was Blogveer, by the way.
And that actually just stops him. Just turns around. Yeah. Really?
Yes.
We'll have to talk later.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I do apologize. I have been told that I'm a bit hasty and prone to outbursts.
So the priest of Rhino standing next to you goes, "He's steady on, lad. Just
I'm
don't.
sorry.
Where are you from being loud like that? Are you a herald where you come from?"
Oh no, I'm just a simple tailor. Speaking of which, that's a very fine cloth you're wearing there.
By the void, you should be with that mouth.
Yeah,
Just be silent for a moment. Let them do
I
their.
I will. I got excited for a moment. I'm sorry.
I.
So
It's fine. He drapes this ogre arm around you. Just he gives you
okay.
just be cool.
Halther is
With his
blushing.
eyes.
Yeah, Halther is blushing to his eyebrows right now, and yeah, his mouth is clamped shut.
Silmanos is just chuckling over there quietly because he saw that whole thing.
Oh, everyone here, all like 400 people here saw it. But this continues, and we see Falgrim goes, "Well, Corwin, your reputation precedes you as in several nations as opposed to just our own." He shoots a dirty as shit look at the at Orncath, and who just like he's silenced with a look, and clearly just death, just black death written all over his face, because he absolutely does not want this to actually happen. Because on a political level, an ancient political level, this kind of puts them on. It puts them even farther beneath the shadow fate than they actually want ever. But he then looks to Crya and says, "Do you bless their union?" And she just nods. And he says, "I don't see why not." And he dubs them husband and wife right there. And amongst a mix of hooting and hollering and cheering, that scene will slowly dissipate with stragglers moving on and about, as well as at least the royalty are going to be staying where they're supposed to be. You guys the floor is yours, actually.
Silmanos would look at whoever's nearby. Is like, maybe we should have had the Saint the Song come in and watch this.
He's actually there.
Was he right there? Okay.
He's been quiet the whole time.
Okay.
Being remarkably unobtrusive.
Yeah. So Halther as he's trying to melt into the background as he's utterly embarrassed, and this thing starts breaking up. He looks up at this fellow who's sort of taking him literally under his arm. And he's, "Oh, by the way, just so you know, that fellow over there," and he points and he says, "That's apparently he's some kind of a very special personage among the fair folk. He holds the title of Fell Song."
The Saint?
Yes, yeah, the very one.
Oh. His eyes go wide for a few moments as
I can introduce you.
I will speak to him later. I'm a minstrel of my own in my own way. But it's good to see that the Saint of Song is alive and amongst us again.
Oh yes, I've told it was a very close thing at one point. These red well, from what my friends say, these red devils that are running about tried to burn him in his grove. Though I don't understand how that actually works. Anyway, I'm going to go hide somewhere.
Oh, you're not hiding anywhere. You are going to be drinking with us.
Oh, okay.
And he grabs you with ogre prodigious strength, and he carries you quite literally bodily to mount one one mountain dragging another back to another group of ogres to have a night of boisterous singing.
Okay. So I'm sure occasionally Silmanus will, during his conversations, will be jarred from his concentration with he's saying by hearing this horrible ogre voice floating across the camp as he's trying to learn as Haltir is trying to learn a song.
Excellent. Now, I will leave it to Silmanos to wrap up this scene here.
Right. Is all three of the royalty still there? They're just sitting down.
Yeah, they are basically convening with their own peoples.
Okay.
Felsong including, he is speaking with Orncath, who's actually a little bit more pleased now than he was previously, now that a slightly less distant relative of his is now amongst you.
Yeah, no, Silmanos will just go up to where they are and he'll wait for one of them to notice him.
But they notice you almost immediately.
I'm
guessing brought into the fold.
Has Felsong told him all of what's going on, or are they talking about something else?
They're catching up. That's actually your business to inform the king of what's been going on. You need to remember that Felsong isn't actually a party member. He's just a traveling companion.
Right, but I just didn't know if he was going to go straight into, this is the crap threatening the world, we got to do something about it.
Oh, he knows next to nothing about that sort of thing. He's simply woken up to people fighting in his grove and dealing with some alien red-skinned people. He has no concept of who they are. And no, this is literally your mission.
Right. And of course, last time I spoke to any of these people, I was still Ilmatar.
Yeah.
Do any of them actually address me as that? Or do they call me out as being by that name?
You have not told a herald who you are now, but
I mean the old name.
That's what I'm talking about. You haven't told anyone who you are now. So no, the king will actually address you as Ilmatar unwittingly.
Right. Which is fine. That's what I told my sect that I was still anyway, because they didn't know any better. So now that'll be a nice little icebreaker at least. So as the king calls me by Ilmatar, I'll put up a hand as he's starting to say my name. Like, that's not who I am anymore.
We do not speak that name.
Yeah. That name has been put to sleep, we shall say. I had a few life-changing events happen, and as such, my name had to change as I was reborn to the man I am before you now. So respectfully, my name now is Silmanos. And I will tell, and I think one of my lieutenants is still there, so I'm sure he has already committed that to memory, and he will tell the rest of them, so I'm not worried about that.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
We saw one of the soldiers keeping vigil. I heard about what was going on. Unfortunately, that's the least of our worries.
How do you mean this is the least of our worries?
And he's taking him out because he knows this is going to be a clamor here in a moment. The Atlanteans aren't the ones pulling the strings.
Some of the elders, their eyebrows are cocked. I'll put it that way.
Right. No. And he's going to look. He's actually going to stop. He'll actually turn and look at everyone that's still in this room. Besides my companions and our saint here, has anyone here seen a person with red skin and what looks to be a crown of bone on their head? At all?
And silence in the room as soon as like, no.
And so Silmanas will actually mutter like a curse underneath his breath, almost the equivalent of "God damn it." I was hoping someone would know.
As an out of character, you guys are the only ones who know about the primordials. They do their job very well, traveling and operating in secret. As you're gonna probably try and publicly come out with this, tread carefully.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
That's Silmanas's. He's seen if anyone does know of a glimpse of these things. That way he can go into this next part a little bit easier here.
Okay.
But anyway, as all of them either shake their head and don't do anything, you kind of just see like that oh shit moment cross his face. They're the real enemy.
One of the other archwardens stands from his seat and says, "Where is the one known as Shihan the Red Blade?"
Dead.
There's kind of a
By
murmur
one
that
of them.
a murmur goes through the crowd, and he says, the banished hunter has been slain by
the one he supposedly slain in the first place.
They all like very confusedly look at each other. Like,
does anyone here know the story behind that scarf of his?
Keith.
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm sitting here smiling, going, okay. I'm actually going to see how he explains this. Yes.
I'm no longer here.
No, he's going to look at the royalty and the people. That just anyone here, and he's going to look at Halter, but besides you, not out loud, but just like that look, like besides you.
Oh, I thought Halter was taken away by the ogres.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was.
So, yeah,
excuse me. No, I did.
Never mind. Halter's not there. That's right.
He's not even in the scene.
So he's going to
say Ukion is here. Ukion does say, "Well, I know some of the tale."
He's going to look at Ukion and be like, "You were with us." He's talking to the royalty and the masses right now. Does anyone here know the story of Shihan's scarf? Where it came from?
No. In fact, we did not think that vagabond was of much import, though skilled as a warrior as we do know him to be. It is a shame that he is no longer with us. We do need another strong arm against the darkness. Shame that he has fallen. But who are these red people with the crowns of bone that you speak of?
That scarf of Shihan's, and he's. I'm trying to make sure I choose these words carefully. The scarf of Shihan was a trophy.
Oh no. Which goes to the crown. Okay.
Right. He had killed one of these redskins. They are known as the primordials. They don't like to be found, but when they are, it's really bad. Their blood smokes and bleeds with poison when it's lit on fire. So if you ever see one of these things and you see blood on the ground, black blood, don't touch it, don't go near it, run away. I lost, and he's actually going to like count. He's like, I've lost too many people to these damn people already. The one that Shihan slew, or thought he slew, was one of the oldest ones. Come to find out, when you have a piece of something still in the living world and they are powerful enough, they manage to scratch their way back out. And he's not going to say the name out loud because he's not wanting to invoke that ire of said entity at the moment, especially because that son of a bitch can trace him to almost anything. But someone else will take a second. That creature came back, and now he is performing a ritual across the entire land. Do you remember sending us to the marsh? And he's going to look at the king.
The king nods.
The tree there is poisoned. If you go back to said tree, you should have found a henge. That henge is one of 5. That henge was made by the redskin we are talking about.
Who are these red-skinned people?
From what little I have been able to gather, they are called the Primordials. And
Where do they hail from?
Not here, as far as I can tell.
Right? We actually don't know that either.
But from what little I have gleaned from all this going on, he is performing a ritual on a world scale to do something about that. And they don't care if they take the rest of us to the void with them on the way.
Some murmurs, fearful murmurs actually go through the crowd here at that. But one will say one jumped up younger nobleman, probably still in his armor from the day. Actually the night previously, says, do you have any proof of these claims here? How are we to take this, especially in lieu of the battle that we just returned from? The Atlanteans are clearly the menace here on our lands. I don't see what red specter could possibly assail us from the shadows here. And our only death currently is a vagabond who liked to take trophies of red things in the dark. Was this not the same Shihan who is a kinslayer and who was banished for it? I'll pause you right here and be like, all right, Halthair, the mood of your the beginning of your carousing is kind of interrupted by a din coming from the main pavilion again, if you wish to move your character from scene to scene.
Yeah, he'll excuse himself for a moment because he needs to go make sure his friends are okay, because he thinks he may have heard Sylvanas's voice somewhere in that.
Right.
And he'll move back towards that. So would he get there in time to hear that accusation?
I'll say the last quarter of it.
Okay.
Shihan being a vagabond who liked to take trophies, as well as the term kinslayer, which is real goddamn dirty.
Halthair will go into this place with a belly full of fire. He will literally stomp into this circle and he'll say, "How dare you level an accusation like that to my towards my uncle?" He'll look at the fellow and he'll say, "Shihan,
like, Uncle, what?
Shihan was a great warrior and a very noble friend of my father's. Noble enough that my father adopted him as his brother. Something that doesn't happen very often, I might add.
if we're speaking of the same Shihan, are you aware of why Shihan was placed in the situation that he was
Why,
amongst other nobles?
yes, I was. I believe there were some young nobles who wished to hunt some mortals, as those said mortals were the greatest game, as they would say. Shihan, being a hunting guide, agreed to this, and then when they decided to attack a village full of harmless women and children, he could not bear to see the carnage and slew one of them, and was cast out from your number by that, which I, by the way, and he gets a very haughty look, I find absolutely despicable.
Oh, this is so great.
And he literally crosses his arms and starts tapping his foot as if he's expecting an apology.
Oh, no apology comes.
No, there's not going to be one, but he has that look.
This is we need Jono so bad. But no, there's shouts and jeers denouncing Shihan as a kinslayer. And they will not hear anything more from you.
Why? And he points. He says, "This young man right here." Then he's going to point to the forget his freaking name, Corwin. He points at Corwin and he says, "This young man right here knew him as a youth, as I recall, as I understand. My father said he did. Did you find him to be a man, anything but a noble personage?"
Corwin, actually, I'll step forward and say, when I knew Shihan, I was a boy of 15 cycles. And I just knew Shihan as a crafty fae of the woodland. I did notice that his horns had been growing back when I did know him, but I did not ask how they were removed, or I did not ask him personal questions. Whatever had happened in his past was his own business.
Well, I do know that my father and he helped repel an invasion by these Atlanteans of a village of your kinsmen, and asked for nothing in return. I mean, how many here? And he looks around and says, "Can say the same, that you have defended someone else's holding without asking for anything in return?"
And Corwin just looks down and says, if Shihan is indeed a kinslayer, then that was his business, and that is his people's business. But amongst my kind, he was a worthy sellsword.
And among my kind, he was counted a brother among us. So it seems that after he left your company, he looks over at the Don Fair folk that are gathered there, that he went out into the world and maybe did some good things that are as worthy of being remembered as a misunderstanding of some kind, apparently, that got him cast out. By the way, thank you for sending him out into the world where he was able to affect my life the way he was.
There's kind of an odd look exchanged by the nobles that thank you for banishing somebody.
It was said almost tongue in cheek, but at the same time, it was like, had you not, he never would have been where he was. So, so it was like, but know this: if anything that he had ever told my father was a truth. I was able to know him briefly as he would come visit my father as I was growing up. And each time he came, he was always a very caring, very musical fellow. He had his moments, yes, but he always seemed to enjoy life as best he could. So there was a darkness in him. I will grant that. But if he says there are these red devils out there that are mucking about, then I would advise you all to pay attention, because he definitely saw things. He definitely encountered these things. So I've heard many tales of them from my traveling companions as I've come here. They're a horror.
Well, as the king, the high king of the fair folk, actually, he stands from his throne and he says, cannot I cannot rescind Shihan being known as a kinslayer. Those are our laws. They are permanent, and they will follow him until the void takes us all in this life as well as the next, and he will be remembered as a kinslayer. But what happened outside of my kingdom is his own business, his own glory, fame, and or infamy. Hopefully, wherever he rests, he finds peace.
I hope so as well. And he'll actually whisper a little prayer under his voice to Asteria about that. Welcome him to your bosom if you can. Blah blah. And he looks up and says, "But I will say this: I will vouch for anything Shihan says upon my family name."
Well, Shihan is not here. We are speaking of Silmanos and what he has said.
Well, I will vouch for anything that Silmanos says that Shihan said. That is what I meant, I guess. He at this point, he's realized that he's walked into a circle of nobles. The fire in his belly is sort of starting to tap down, and he's realized that he just sold off some kings, and he might be in trouble. So he says, "But I'll vouch for what Silmanos says." Yes, sort of step back.
Well, Orncath continues saying, well, if Silmanos, is this the path that you've put yourself on?
Yes, and he's going to give a brief pause. He's going to look at the noble who wanted to question him. You want proof? He's going to turn to his last lieutenant that he had with him. In our things was a chest with a sack in it. Please bring that here.
They will retrieve said chest with sack in it.
Someone else will put it on the ground, facing him, open it up, and open up the sack. Is the head still in there?
Actually, is it? Yes. Yes, it is.
Good. He will. Sorry, go ahead.
But what you bring out and present to the nobles is an Emersian woman's head.
Okay, I didn't take it out yet.
Well, you open up the bag and you see that there. Maybe your face drops.
What kind of blood is in the bag?
Red.
He never killed an Emersian woman.
No, you didn't. Or did you?
No, he knows he fucking didn't.
out there wasn't there, so he's looking as confused as everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And these nobles go, and your proof?
I'm gonna fucking kill Endokaga, and then I'll give you your proof.
So you have no proof today. What are we supposed? They look from you to the king, back to you, and they say, well, kind of like to our king, the question, like, what are these fairy tales? Haha, no pun intended. That we're listening to today. What is this on the eve of the greatest victory that we've had against the Atlanteans? And you bring us these tall tales of red people.
Okay. You want to die in your ignorance. You have fun. He's going to close the chest, pick up the chest, and he's going to walk away. Because now he's pissed. Because either someone fucked with his things or someone fucked with his things.
Hey, Halthier, where are you?
As soon as Sylvanas begins to fix this up and turns to walk away, he's going to sort of take that as a cue to sort of take a couple steps back toward the edge of the circle. He'll turn and follow him. So he'll walk up next to him and look down. Sylvanas, what was that? Who is she? Why was she important?
And Ukion actually comes up at like the opposite shoulder. Who's that? By all the void, is this mortal woman? I saw you put that in the chest. It was red. He begins just looking around paranoid, like there are spies fucking everywhere now.
I'm going to call my lieutenant back over as I'm walking away.
All right. Narada comes back as quick as can be.
Who touched our things?
Just us?
Exactly who is us?
Well,
I need specifics.
Myself and the Acolyte girl, as well as two others. I can show you where everything is currently.
Maybe Sylvanas, we should gather them together.
Fetch them for me, please, Narada.
He bows and jogs off into the encampment.
Like, Sylvanas has that look, like if anyone even looks at him weird, the fury of the earth might swallow them whole right now.
Oh, of course. Oh, absolutely.
So you're saying someone switched I'm assuming it must have been a head with the head of a woman?
Either someone switched ahead or they can make themselves look like other races.
Well, why would they can they do that dead? Or is this possibly some sorcery making them look like some red devil trying to disguise who they really are? Maybe the Demersians are behind all of this.
No, because why would the Demersians put one of their own people's heads in there?
Well, what if though? When the head was put in there, the glamour was upon it. I don't know how this magic stuff works. I've heard tales that all kinds of things can be done, but possibly once put in the sack, the magic wore off.
No, I fought this one. I killed this one myself. The blood smoked as it was burned.
That definitely is something that Demersian blood does not do. Well, it does smoke if you burn it, but
this was toxic.
It doesn't do that. Demersian blood is definitely not toxic when burned.
Back at your section of the encampment, Narada has assembled all of your vassals, all of them. So currently it is your vassals plus yourself, Ukion, and Halthir.
And the 4 that Narada said touched the things, all 4 of them, it was Narada and 3 others. All of them are there.
Yep. Front and center.
When you took the things from the carts and the horses, where were they put?
One of your servants points to where the cart is, like just off to the side of like the living area. Everything was placed there and cataloged. Nothing was opened besides just seeing the contents. That chest, however, was told to us that we should just leave it. The contents were for your eyes only. And Ukion actually speaks up that I was the one who gave that order.
He was just getting ready to ask that question too. So
Yeah, I know.
He can't said something. And no one came by it. No one walked by it.
No, no one is here. No one is here but us.
Must be foul sorcery, Halthir says, sort of quietly and looking around like into the dark corners of the tent, as if we'll see something back there.
And Ukion mutters something about the sorcerer has a long arm and a deep, dark shadow everywhere.
Where did we stop between where we are now and where we came from, or was it one full trip?
Not in any towns or villages. You guys stopped on the side of the road.
Okay.
You did not have any encounters with banditry. You were not burgled in any way. The trip from Hawthorne to the encampment was quite literally rather boring.
So yeah, so Halthir says, so what do we need then? Be this sorcery or whatever, we still need proof. This lieutenant.
Someone else is going to take out the compass.
You take out the compass?
Where's it pointing?
To the north and to the east. The last time you looked on the hill with the Umbriad trooper, it was still pointing in that direction. Maybe a few degrees right or left, like as you guys are in the encampment and you
to the west. Because before it was pointing to the west.
Well, as you guys are, no, it's west. You guys have moved a significant amount and have faced different directions between scenes. Yeah.
Well, at the soldier, it was north and west.
Yeah,
and we moved
because you were facing a certain direction.
Right.
And now you're facing a different direction, is pointing a different direction.
It's generally in the same general direction.
Yes, that's
orientation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on point. You guys are not.
Okay.
Right. Basically, I was trying to glean if it was pointing somewhere else to someone in the camp.
Oh, hell no.
Hey.
But
it seems
I am a bastard DM. I am not that bad.
Yeah. Halthir points to this compass and says, it seems that points to your proof.
Problem is, if I show this to that council,
right,
there's going to be worse of a clamor than there is now.
But I think we need to go where this is pointing to get your proof.
Right.
Bring a body back. Or a living one. A captive.
Someone else to put the compass away. He'll look to Narada. Let them disperse.
He orders your retinue to disperse and go back to what they were doing.
How soon before we're resupplied, Narada?
You should be resupplied before midday.
I will be leaving by then.
The king has ordered us back into your care.
No, it's too dangerous.
He feels that as things are heating up for us here, it is safer for us to travel with you.
It would be good to have companionship, and I could always use someone to hold the cloth as I'm trying to cut it, start stitching.
Right out
Ukion is
there,
beginning to get tired of it.
but we don't need 38 people with as many of them as young as they are.
And that's more mouths to feed, Narada says. Unless we are ordered back to the woodlands.
Silmanos, I have a suggestion for you then. Your acolytes here, they can, I mean, you can trust them to go somewhere, yes?
Yes.
Somewhere. There was that
Narada actually shoots you a look like, how dare you disrespect my loyalty? He doesn't say anything, but that's what his eyes say.
Yeah, well, Halther's oblivious to that.
Okay,
He said,
cool.
you've
Completely
told
oblivious.
I've heard the tale often enough in the travels. I looks over at Ukion with sort of almost a pained look on his face of where Shihan fell. Why not send your people there? There was a shrine to the silent monolith there, yes?
Yeah, I think there was one close by, yes.
Ukion does chime in. He says, no, the village where Loom did reside had a beautifully carved shrine to the silent monolith. Yes.
Would they be safe there, you think, and be able to possibly help or possibly get information from the villagers who live in that area? You told me that there was a battle in the grove. I would assume that they would have those who would speak about that.
Well, that's the grove that Fellsong was sleeping at.
Yes. Well, Fellsong saw the grove. He saw the bodies, did he not?
He did not participate in the fighting.
But no, it was after the fact, though.
Actually, he did not, because one of the bodies were burning and we had to leave very quickly. So actually, he did not.
That is true. Darn it.
The Saint of Song vouching for it would have been great. Would have been perfect.
Yeah.
What the law speaker of song says is law.
Right.
Well,
of course, it's true. I was waiting for someone to bring that up. Couldn't actually work.
Yeah.
No.
Well, he could have at least spoken for Shihan, having a beautiful voice. Okay.
No, we can send a lot of them there. They'll be safe there.
Okay.
And they will not be as far away as back to the woodlands. So
yes, and that they could at least they said help tend that village and maybe be safe there. And yeah, we would know where they are. So we could do that, send them there, and we'll leave and head to the where this compass points, get your proof, bring it back, and then they'll have to believe you. They'll have no choice. Especially if you bring a live one back, bring a living person of these people. And then we could do
made a fool of.
Oh yes, being made a fool of is horrible. I just recommend it thoroughly, even when one does it to oneself. So, and I'm sorry I burst in there like that. I do apologize. He sort of tries to make himself sort of shrink down a little bit. I'm not used to being around this many people at one time. We trade to small villages, and I talk to small village chiefs, and and they're a bit less formal than these kings and queens seem to be. So I hope I didn't embarrass you too much.
Oh no. Actually, it's a good thing you came in because I was probably about to swing at the dumbass.
Oh, that would have been
Nobles
very much
always are too
more
full of
embarrassing.
themselves.
Yes.
Anyway,
One of
as
the
we're
younger
talking,
serving girls is standing off the side of this conversation, a little awkwardly, like she wants to say something, but she's waiting respectfully. She steps forward. She's one of the younger serving gals. She's about 500 cycles old. She's younger, but she's not a child. But she says, Liege, I did have an experience some chains ago with an odd and horrifying entity in the fields when I was foraging for herbs.
continue.
And she actually looks up at Narada, and Narada says, oh, yes. How could I have forgotten? We might want to take this in private. You guys retire to a tent. And she goes on to explain that she was harvesting herbs for some ritual research, and an entity looked similar to an Arborian with a long sword came to her in the fields and said that my liege may find use of this in regards to his mission. And she actually takes out from one of her front apron pockets a Gorgon eye, a petrified eyeball of a Gorgon.
Someone else will hold out his hand.
And she puts it in her hand.
Okay, out of character, does someone else know what one of these would be used for, or what it takes to do this?
It is some potent ass shit. Let me put it that way to you. It is some potent ass shit. She said the entity said it could be used in scrying and hunting your enemy. And Narada said when she came back, the thing said that it required payment. And I don't know really what payment it required, but half of our assets that next morning for the coven vanished.
Narada, do we have a seer in this camp?
Not to my knowledge.
I am not going all the way back to her. I'm not doing it this time.
Ukion just looks on, fucking fascinated as you're holding a Gorgon eye.
Here you go, Ukian. You want to take a look at that?
I don't want it to turn me to stone. You look at it wrong, I'll turn into a rock.
Meanwhile, someone else had already turned it over and looked at it every which way. So
Has Halthair ever heard of an ogre? Not an ogre, excuse me. Hey, he's heard of an ogre. He knows
he's
exactly
heard of him once or twice.
I see a Gorgon. A Gorgon.
Gorgon, I don't know. Let me do a cunning
esoteric
test real
knowledge.
quick. He doesn't actually have esoteric knowledge, so
He
He'll be a
does.
cunning because he does not.
He's not. Well,
He has academics though.
I suppose he should be a psych test though.
I mean, it's basically the idea of, has he heard a story of it? 13?
You know what a Gorgon is. You know the horrible things that they can do.
Okay, I've heard stories. Then yeah, so yeah, he's probably looking at this eye with a little bit of trepidation himself. So maybe you have to like poke it a certain way, and it does that. I don't know. He looks over to Ukian. How do you protect yourself from the gaze of one of these things?
You don't. You flee in terror is what you do.
How did this eye come to be in their position? How did this happen?
The serving girl Kara says, well, the white gave it to me when I was out picking herbs.
The white gave it to you.
A white. Her eyes are fucking saucers.
Did it have horns on its head?
No. It looked like an Arborian white, freshly risen from the grave.
I look over at Silmanus. Would that be? That would be terrifying, but it's not the same one. You guys have told me before that this white we're looking for has horns in its head, not an Arborian. Could there be more than one? Could that be this lieutenant you're talking about, possibly?
Why would the enemy give an implement to us that would allow us to hunt it better? Says Ukian.
Well, I mean, maybe it's a trap.
That makes no sense.
That has the thing that it's touched. So now it can watch through that eye. I don't know. I don't know enough about this magic thing to tell you why that would be important. I don't know.
If they were using it to scout here, I think there'd be a lot more trouble than we already had.
Now, my father did tell of a group that he met at one point that had whites among it that actually aided him at one point. It could be that this entity may have been part of that group. I don't think they and this. He almost says the name. This enemy got along very well. So it is possible that would have been one of them, maybe. I suppose.
It's possible.
It's like he's trying. You can see him literally like trying to rack his brain, looking for memories of to further expound upon that. But
Narada simply says, almost resigningly, we have in our possession a Gorgon eye that can be used for many different things. And it was extremely expensive. Although I feel that it was worth far more than half of our sect's assets. What is your mission? If you order us back to the woodlands, I will lead our people there, and we'll either build a temple or reside amongst our kinsfolk. But where is your mission taking you?
My mission is currently taking me, and he'll actually pull out the compass again, and he'll actually show Narada the finger in there because I don't think he saw it before.
Is that no? What have you done?
I paid a price. This will take us to our proof. I need to follow this.
You are not whole.
I've also been reborn. I almost fell victim
Like
to the
all
shadow
of your
sickness.
retainers actually take a step back from you. You're not whole.
No. Do you wish to leave?
We cannot. We must. It is our laws.
Do you wish to be released?
He actually kind of looks at the rest of the people there, and the rest of your retainer, and he says, I have sworn that you are master in all things before me. However, I've taken my oaths. I've given you my loyalty, but this is uncouth and unclean.
Trust me. No one knows that more than I do.
How can you lead us if you are not whole?
Do you know what my current name is?
I know. I have heard your sacred name.
No. Ilmatar is no longer my name.
I know.
Right.
I have heard your name.
Do you know what that name comes from?
That is your business. I was not there.
Piece together the first couple of letters, Narada. Sil Manas.
Okay.
I was reborn through him. I took his name.
All right.
So, I know I'm capable of doing this. Your honor and your loyalty and what you have done for me through the cycles is not coming into question here. But if you feel you can no longer fulfill that because you feel I am no longer whole, do you want to be released from your vows? I will hold no ill will. I will not harbor anything. If you wish to go your separate way, tell me now. Because if you choose not to and you choose to stay with me, you need to be with me still. Because I am going on a journey and I might die for a third time.
And die the mortal death this time. Maybe.
Possibly. I survived the poison of their blood. I survived the shadow sickness. I have remained steadfast as the earth carries me. If you choose to leave, and he will look at the crowd, if any of you decide that you want to leave, say it now.
Ooh, this is actually really tough. Oh God. Okay. From the fair folk perspective, nobody is fit to rule if they are not whole. Doesn't mean if you lost a finger, if you lost an arm, you're not whole, you cannot rule, you cannot lead. However, they also have, at least the warriors amongst them, have an almost a primitive code of conduct that's similar to not really like samurai bushido or anything, but certainly their honor is now in question, and they don't want to leave. But this is essentially the dissolving of your coven, whether they like it or not. So that's why no one is saying anything, but it's written large on everyone's face what they have to do. But no one is pleased about it. That's why no one is speaking.
And he'll give them all a couple of minutes here. So Narada, I have my job for you, my assignment for you, maybe even my final assignment for you and for them. And what was the name of the town? Was it actually Hawthorne we were at where all that happened? It wasn't
No,
Hawthorne, was it?
no, it's that the village that you actually went to, where you actually visited Loom. It's actually Bryn, a village of Bryn.
Okay.
Bryn.
You go to the village of Bryn. I will give you directions here in a moment. There's a temple, well, there's a shrine with the beginnings of a great temple to the silent monolith there. You can settle there. Everyone will be safe. But it is not as far as a trek as actually going back home. Now, that being said, if you decide to go to this village, bolster it and strengthen it, and you are satisfied that you have succeeded in this assignment, if you wish to go back home afterwards, you may. If you wish to stay there, you may. I am going to track down these redskin bastards. And hopefully stop the void from taking us all.
They will well, each one of your coven, entertained with his or her thoughts, will silently go, they will actually begin breaking down their encampment, and they will leave the scene. Of course, leaving what supplies that you guys needed for your own baggage train, and what is actually Halthir's possessions.
Yeah. Halthir is actually looking around this whole scene in a bit of bewilderment. That's that cultural norm is not necessarily true among his people, but so he actually leans over at one point to Somanos after this. They begin to break up. He says, "So they're leaving you because you're missing a finger?"
Ukion simply says, "He is not whole. He cannot lead them."
That's interesting.
Traditions die hard, unfortunately, Halthir.
I see. So, with Shihan having had his, he motions to your guys' antlered brows. With those broken off, they would not be able to lead, right?
Ukion he kind of like is the kind of the noise that he makes. That is an interesting case. When someone is banished, one can be banished for many things. As we all know, Shihan was branded as a kinslayer, his horns were removed, and he was banished. You could be banished for several things. Most commonly, it is banditry. Kinslaying is the most foul and horrid of our people, because in our earliest days, Awarthios kept us and preserved us as best he could, and pillaged knowledge from the outer world and brought us back to our warrens until we were able to build our treetop cities like Tunelwith.
Hmm.
So kinslaying is most unclean to us. The one's horns can grow back. In most cases, those who are banished, when their horns have grown back fully, as you were born with and matured with to adulthood, in many cases, you are allowed to come back, and that is the duration of your penance, the duration of your sentence.
Cool.
You cannot grow back a finger, so it is different. However, as Shihan was branded a kinslayer, the unwhole or uncouth and uncouthness, it also applies to him. Though his horns would have grown back as naturally as they should have been.
Yes.
That is how you navigate those laws. I do apologize. Fey laws may be alien to mortal ears.
Yes, they are. But I understand now, at least, what has happened here. He looks at Silmanos and says, "You have my condolences."
As when Ukion turns to Silmanos, says, "We're having this very somber moment." He says, "This is the dissolving of your coven. This cannot be good on you. This must weigh like a stone in the sea on your soul. I am sorry."
I did not realize this was the sacrifice you were making for this. Otherwise, I would have offered one of my own fingers.
You weren't there, unfortunately, out there. And in the heat of the moment, it is what had to be done. As for the
It's also why I didn't want to give my finger, because I am supposed to lead you through this mission.
That is true.
I should have offered up my flesh for this, and now, Silmanos, you're no longer the liege of it. I am sorry. I am unfit to be the captain of this company. I need to be schooled in leadership, and I do not have these qualities yet.
Ukion, shut up before I smack you in the head with my spear.
I speak the truth.
You have been fine. You
got us here.
Well,
Balther says,
I did what had to be done. If that means that my covenant is no longer, that is the silent monolith's will.
I do not believe that your Narada would leave you so willingly. I saw the fervor in his eyes. He would not leave you unless he himself was split in half and was no longer able to walk.
But traditions and laws trump everything.
Could not Narada become the leader of your coven and you still remain within it?
That would need to be arranged between Silmanos and Narada.
It's also why I gave him the choice of staying at the village or going back home. I gave Narada the choice to lead them to their next destination.
And should they leave, they may leave. That was your final order to them. Well, should they choose to stay with the Narada, then your sect lives on without you. Well, that in and of itself is a legacy. However, sad that you are absent them.
But We should avail ourselves of what time we have then to get some rest, get some food, and then tomorrow, when it is time to leave,
Back out to the
back on the
hunt.
road.
I will get brief soliloquies from the two of you as you guys. I'm gonna actually. How long do you want to rest and recuperate? Keep in mind, you guys are still pressured for time. I hope that pressure is still on.
Honestly, what time is it in the day right now?
It is 11 o'clock. An hour
AM?
before midnight. Yes, you guys got to the encampment shortly after dawn,
Yeah.
and because you saw that trooper
Right.
as the sun was coming up.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Had the carnage sacrament quite literally for breakfast, and you guys haven't eaten yet, as
True,
you
so-
realize that your stomach is grumbling.
Yeah. So,
Um,
I'm sure
say-
I could get some. I could get some lunch for my ogre companions if you guys would join me if you want, or however you wish.
The ogres of this encampment, only two of which are actually warriors. The rest are actually provisioners, Healthier.
Ah, okay.
Provisioners, outfitters, and you fit in very well with this
Yeah.
crowd, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm being an outfitter myself as well. Yeah. So
I personally think we get a meal.
Mhm.
We make sure everything's resupplied and restocked. I know Narada said they were going to, but just making sure. Just because I want to make sure I actually was taken as a fool, I'm gonna open up that chest one more time. It's still in the Mercian woman's head.
It's a Nemersian woman's head, and it hurts you deep down in your heart because she is very beautiful and she was slain very young.
So, okay. So what Silmanus wants to do then is he is going to eat. He is going to make sure they are supplied. He is actually going to find a spot to bury the head and give her at least what little bit of a proper burial he can. And then he will probably sleep. Well, they're probably better off leaving at dawn than at midnight. So
yeah, leave a little before dawn, possibly. Say in the early hours before dawn.
yeah. So we'll leave basically first thing in the morning.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay. Sometime that afternoon, an ogre of ancient and venerable age comes to the encampment. Ancient beyond years of your knowledge, Halther.
Okay.
You did not know that there had been as much time in this world as this guy is old.
Okay.
He is 14 feet tall. Massive.
Boy.
And now think of the 90s is it the 90s television series, the Crypt Keeper, Tales of the Crypt?
Yes.
It's the oh
Tales
my
of the
God.
Crypt, early 90s.
Thank you. Fucking terrified the shit out of a young me.
Yeah.
Okay. Ogre, Crypt Keeper.
Okay. He'll probably Halther will probably, as he sees him coming, will go to him and greet him and say, welcome to our camp, grandfather. What brings you here?
He is wearing the well-worn raiment of a priest of carnage.
He sees that, he'll then go for his wineskin and offer him a libation and says, welcome, come in.
He takes it from you.
Mhm.
He drinks. He wets his whistle and then some
Okay.
with a shaky as hell hand. And he like this man's got damn near got Parkinson's. He's so goddamn old,
Okay.
shaky. And he grabs you,
Mhm.
he leans on you, and he
Okay.
goes, "Find us a boulder to sit upon."
Okay. He'll look around quickly to see if there's anything sufficient for that.
Uh,
Uh,
he is 14 feet tall. He's the
Yeah.
size of a hill giant.
Right.
And it just still how spindly he looks.
Mhm.
Still heavy on you as you're half carrying out,
Yeah.
dragging this guy, and you find a slab of stone sticking out of the ground that can serve as kind of like a reclining chair.
Okay.
Yeah,
He'll-
settle him in.
He'll dust off the deal and say, "Here, take a seat, grandfather." So, welcome to our camp, and what brings you here?
I am told this is the site of a great battle. I have come from the Arborian crags. I have left my shrine in the country.
Hmm.
I have come to see the bloodshed. His voice very wavers as he fucking old.
The bloodshed was great, grandfather. Yes. I saw it at the dawn this morning, and I did offer some of the souls to Carnage.
Oh, that is good.
So she asked me to. So,
That is excellent.
um,
I am Yarat. I am a priest of the great goddess Carnage. And you actually know who this fucking
Yarat.
guy is by
Yarat.
name.
Yeah. I've heard your name before, grandfather. My father spoke of you at one time.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
The same priest who lives in the fucking terribly smelling shack.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Fuck, this
Yeah.
guy's still alive. Damn.
Yeah. I'll actually motion for the Ukian and Somas over, and I'll introduce him. And
Ogion just looks like it because this guy's massive.
Yeah. And this was a priest my father spoke of a few times. He's come to see the carnage. So,
just to look at it.
Well,
Okion says, "I just awkwardly."
Well,
it's
see,
a battlefield.
Yes,
Not much
but
to see.
it's holy ground for worshippers of carnage.
Oh,
It'd be like going and seeing I would say like for instance, for Wisteria, if one were to see a beautiful harvest, one would have a priest of Wisteria would go and want to see these beautiful things, or the harvest festivals and whatnot. This is the equivalent of that for carnage.
Oh,
Surprised more haven't shown up. But
maybe they're running late.
That could be.
What just happened this previous evening? They're probably on the road.
Yeah, this one just got here quick because
Well, Granddad, good to see you.
Yeah. So
he's sleeping.
Oh, okay.
He's literally snoring behind you.
He apparently walked. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll turn to Simonis and say, "Well, this is awkward, but I know he was a priest that advised my father several times in his days of on the road with Shihan."
You see an ogre-sized greatsword just sticking out of the back of this wagon. And this thing is wide and long.
Okay. This is the wagon he came with?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's the kind of weapons they use, just so you know. My father has one hanging on his mantle. So mother didn't want me bringing it. So I got, and he goes where he actually slaps the log. He says, "I got bloodletter." So Um, so yeah, he'll respectfully let the old man sleep there on the rock. Um, but and he'll, at some point he'll sneeze loudly and see it wakes him up.
Oh yeah, no, he's a very light sleeper. It's out of some fold in that crimson cloak, it comes. I'm gonna call it a dagger. It is not a dagger in any way.
It's a long short sword probably.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
He's like, it's okay. It's okay, grandfather. You fell asleep on the stone. It must be very comfortable.
I was resting my eyes. I was not sleeping.
Of course. So I can, if you wish me to, I can take you to
fell asleep again.
I can take you to the battlefield whenever you wish.
Shortly, so allow me to rest my eyes for just a few more minutes.
Of course, grandfather. He'll go about doing the other things and leave him alone. He will actually go.
You're kind of having this downtime scene of like cooking, getting yourselves.
Getting stuff together, going through our gear, making sure all of our stuff is in good repair.
If you want to go for soliloquies on that, you may go for it.
Okay. So in that case, while he's for health here, then while this grandfather he's referring to him, if he's before he was going through and straightening up his cloths and such and his regular supplies he normally carries, he was probably adding some beans and some such to his from the supplies that have been left for us to his personal supplies, so he had them on his cart. He's thinking about this trip ahead that he's gonna have to take, and he's dreading part of it because he knows from what they've been telling him that these red devils are warlike, and though he's been trained by his father in the use of the club of bloodletter, he still has never actually swung the thing in anger. He's never actually attacked someone with it. He may be having to do that soon, and he saw even though he seemed to be sort of stoic this morning when he saw this field of death, and he did the what it was actually covering his horror. He covered his horror with this little ritual he did, the carnage, and that voice spooked him. But he had never actually seen that much death before, so he's still. I mean, even with everything going on that's happened, the way he's been sort of, I guess you would say, out of sorts all day, has been because that initial sight shocked him this morning. It shook him to his core a bit. And at this point, with all the downtime and such now, that thing is going on, he's having time to think about it, and he's not rethinking joining this quest. He knows that it's a very important thing to these fellows who do Shihan, and it gives him a chance to sort of, for a bit at least, remember Shihan. And actually, he remembers the fact that he still has that handler in his pouch, which he rubs up against a bit and gets pricked by it and has to readjust. But he actually, as he's doing that, he lays his hands on that antler in his pouch. He thinks to himself, Uncle Shihan, he says, this was very, very important to you. And though that does scare me quite a bit, I'm going to go forward with this. I just hope that, you can always hope that this fellow will actually bend to reason, right? I mean, if we ask him nicely, he'll stop. Maybe. But he knows, of course, it is deep down in his soul that's never going to happen. But he's almost praying to Shihan as an ancestor at this point. But he he feels around this thing. He looks over at this old man and this priest of carnage. And his father wasn't a priest per se, but was very devoted. And he walks over and coughs at sort of nearby the fellow, see if he can wake him up, and he'll ask him a question. How
How
do
you
you
wake him
fake?
up?
You know, so he gets about 10 feet away and coughs loudly. Like it looks.
You need to work. You need to work on your breathing exercises
Yes,
and
yes,
better
yes, yes.
footwork.
I'm sorry, but can I bother you to answer a question, Grandfather?
Of course.
He sits down, he looks at him and says, "How do you deal with all the death?"
You don't think about it.
Hmm.
You take a life almost every day when you are a warrior.
Hmm.
You cannot think if they have families. You cannot think if they have wives or husbands or children. The only thing that you should and can think of when you send someone to the afterlife is you are gifting them with the sweetness of that afterlife, or if they are foul enough, you are hastening them on their way to whatever torment they duly deserve.
He nods, not really being comforted by that at all.
No, no.
He's like, but how does one do it if one's not a warrior?
Those are the best kinds.
Hmm.
It is better to be a warrior walking amongst artists and craftsmen than to be a craftsman walking amongst soldiers. Your career, your skills, the things that you take away from warfare can be applied to many walks of life. But if your profession is painting, pottery, and weaving, you will do little to aid your fellow warriors. You must be of one like mind. If you are not, you will be lost.
I understand.
And if you are lost, then we hope to see you in the bloodbath in the afterlife.
As you wish. Thank you very much. I don't mean to disturb you any further. Rest your eyes. They seem tired.
He, in moments, goes back to sleep.
Halther goes back to the fumbling with the stuff there, and he's actually going to look up at the because I'm sure there's like a whole bunch of camp followers. There's probably a camp of camp followers at some point.
Oh yeah.
Someplace that he needs to. He'll actually gather up his bolts of cloth, and he's going to walk over to the area where the camp followers and such are, and find himself a seamstress or a seamster or a tailor.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to sell these bolts of cloth to that tailor for more traveling supplies, and possibly actually he's going to see if he can actually trade this cloth for some armor.
What sort of armor?
Oh, what can he get for these? He's got 6 bolts of fine wool.
All right.
What do you think would be his what he'd be able to get for that?
I will do that off camera with you.
Okay. That's what he'll be doing there as this soliloquy ends then.
And we go back to Silmanos.
Silmanos, as Grandfather Ogre showed up, Silmanos would have gave his greetings and his small vocal courtesies until he wasn't really needed for that. He would make sure he ate. He make sure he was supplied. If Narada and them were still around before they completely left camp, he would have did essentially a final farewell. He knows more than likely he's not seeing any of them again. So he would do his final farewell, thanks for basically everything over the cycles. He highly does any of them probably want to touch him right now, so he would not really try for any of that. He knows he's been basically, to a lesser extent, kind of shunned from his old coven, as it were. He would not put the bug in Narada's ear about, take over. He's kind of hoping that's just going to occur naturally. And then while he's kind of just relaxing before bed, he would be looking over that Gorgon eye. He doesn't quite know how they work. He would even go so far as to literally try to put it up, like the eyes facing outward is up to his own eye to look through it. But otherwise he would just be kind of messing with that, looking over that. And
you do notice when you do that, it seems like it can be used as an implement for seeing.
Does he notice anything looking different?
Not where you currently are, no. It seems like it may or may not have a mundane purpose as well as an arcane purpose.
How big is this thing? Does it fit in the palm of my hand, or is it more like
well, Gorgons are a little bit taller than regular humans, so scale that up from a human eye to something a little bit taller than a regular human eye.
Okay. But it's like the full eye, right?
It is the fucking eyeball.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Is a petrified eye. It doesn't have the nerve that connects it to the back of the brain, doesn't have that string coming off it, just the sphere.
Right.
Just for the sake of the scene. Oh, shit, I just lost it. Yes, there we go. I was going to say this particular Gorgon has a stigmatism in that eyeball. It's not completely spherical.
Of course.
Make it a little real for you.
When he kind of noticed that, he wouldn't really leave the tent that they were in or whatever they're resting in tonight, but he would kind of look around at different things through the eye to see if he noticed anything, and if not, he would kind of pocket it to work on tomorrow. Okay. He doesn't want to use it against looking at someone because he knows the horror of these things and he doesn't want to cause that. So right now he's just looking at inanimate objects. But besides that, it's really just once he does that, once he says his goodbyes, he's probably just going to go into quiet contemplation and meditation until they actually go to bed, and then he'll just probably be out like a light.
I will say though that that scene where you and Narada have that goodbye, it's kind of a tearjerker, but he refuses to let the tears fall. Just they're right there. It's like all right,
we can't show it. We can't show it in public. We can't show it to each other.
Nope. My balls are just too goddamn big. I can't do it. And there's people here. It's a little bit toxic masculine, but it is saving face between the two of you.
Well, we have to save face for tradition.
Yep.
We can't be affected by this for tradition's sake.
The fair folk telepathic bond that you have with Narada, the last thing that he says to you without actually speaking, you hear his voice in your head, and he says, I will take care of them as long as I am able. That is my final promise and my final duty that I will do to you. And with that, he actually bows. And when he bows about that 45-degree bow, you actually feel that bond sever. And he turns on his heel, and he and the rest of Your late retinue march out of the camp. They are marching south towards the outer world, and you may continue, sir, your soliloquy there.
Silmanos almost doesn't hold it in. He actually, at that point, depending on the time of day, he will probably just go back to his tent. Actually, okay. Basically, as he's sitting there meditating for the remainder of the night, unless someone comes and bothers him, like Halthir or Ukion, he's not really going to pay attention to anyone else. As he's sitting there and meditating and kind of lost in his own worlds, the tears will silently fall. Because while he can't show it in public, and pretty much he can't show it to his friends, he has pain on a level that not many people can even fathom right now. He has quite literally lost another piece of himself. And with that, that's, I think, basically where we'll leave Silmanos. He will be in meditation and then go to bed.
Ukion will spend his evening in meditation, and he will leave the encampment briefly to commune with the autumn spirits that he is able to reach out to, and who will reach back to him. And one of them, a scarecrow spirit, actually, will reach back to him and tell him that one of his quarry is nearby. One of these red fiends inhabits a goblin cave, and they're near at hand. With that level of excitement, Ukion cannot sleep tonight. He is going to get them, and they are close. And when he comes back, he is almost frantic with that excitement of the kill being so near. He quite literally is almost pacing back and forth as the rest of his companions sleep or attempt to sleep, with him pacing about.
Yeah. Okay. At one point, Halthir will probably wake up, kind of have his bedroll. Ukion, what's got you pacing? It's time for sleep.
The spirits are restless, as I am restless. The enemy is near.
How near?
I
he starts looking around.
Not with us currently, but they are near. The spirits say, they tell me, they whisper to me out on the plains that they
Can
are
they
near.
lead you to them?
Perhaps. But I believe he kind of just to himself, they're like, well, damn. I believe Selmanos' finger is leading us to the same. I was simply confirmed to by one of the spirits.
My friend, he reaches over and sort of puts his big hand on his shoulder, gripping him right around the chest. Just one, with one hand there. He says, "Get some sleep. You'll need it."
Sleep will come with much difficulty tonight, but you're right.
Yeah. Walking will not get you there. Roll up into your bedroll, count the leaves of grass, and leave that worry for the morning. And he rolls over and says, If he doesn't keep up all night or wake up grandfather.
And damn him, you don't want him to wake up the grandfather.
Not now.
No. So the night passes, thankfully, peacefully, when Ukion finally goes to bed. The encampment is stirring before dawn, possibly rudely awaking all of you, but perhaps those of us who have a military capacity within us are not entirely disturbed. Halther, however, they are bustling. It was like, what did you wake us for? Do you hate sleep? You're muted, Keith.
He gets up and sort of rubs his eyes and looks around. That's a big yawn. Starts gathering his things up and putting them in his cart. And then he remembers Ukion said that this thing is nearby. So he goes and actually goes over to where Silvanos is sleeping and makes sure he's awake. He says, Ukion says we're close.
How close? Who's close?
That's what I said. He said, but not here in the camp, but close. So
I need context out there. Who's close?
The enemy.
Yeah. Ukion. Yes.
I was able to communicate or commune with the spirits, and they said that our quarry is near. Not with us, of course, because I will tell you, I will promise you, gentlemen, our boots would be in their throats if they were with us. But near, I believe your finger will take us to them today.
And someone else, because he always has that compass like on his person or within like hand reach. He'll actually grab it and he'll look at it. I'm assuming it's still pointing.
It's the same direction. It has not moved. You have not moved.
All right, let's go.
All right.
It's too bright outside.
Halther will buckle on his new armor as best he can, by squeaking new, and fidget as it's not comfortable.
What did you eventually acquire? Was it a breastplate?
I think I'm probably gonna. I would think that with the idea he has these 5 bolts of cloth, I would think they'd probably be worth at least 5 sword pieces each. So probably 25 sword pieces. He would basically was a regular plated male hauberk is 15 sword pieces. I would think oversized is probably 25 sword pieces.
Probably.
So he would have traded for that.
Okay.
So he's going to buckle that stuff on. And in his much lighter wagon, he'll pick up the throw his tree trunk across his shoulders, take the loops of the wagon's fronts and loop those over that to almost make a yoke, and that's so he'll be heading the way he needs to go. So to follow you guys out.
As you move out that next dawn, you find yourselves some time later, a few chains on the road on the edge of the Suncrest Valley. Memories come back to Halther being told all manner of things about this valley.
Mm-hmm.
Goblins, undead, a haunted tomb.
Mm-hmm.
Now, allegedly housing a cabal of horrid red-skinned devils that are ripe for your bloodletter.
So yeah, he's probably waxing nostalgic. You guys are probably getting tired of, my dad told me a story about blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, this place looks weird. My dad said blah 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 blah. At this point, you're probably like getting tired of hearing what your dad said.
Haraka, who finally speaks up at this point, says, how many stories do you have that you do things out there? Less about Blogver. How about
Um,
more about you? You are not he.
True, I'm not. Well,
Regale us of stories about your sheep and shepherdesses.
well, yes. I have had to shear quite a few sheep. I can tell you this: when you try to shear a sheep, you have to hold its belly just so, and run the shears. And literally, he's making a motion like he's picking a sheep up and shearing it that way. Which, of course, most people know that you can't pick a sheep up and shear it.
Haraka
Um,
looks at Ukion and says, "There, Captain, how would you listen to this story about shearing sheep and fooling about with shepherdesses?"
well, the shepherdesses usually would. They carry these crooks, and start fooling around about with them too much, they wrap you over the head with them.
Oh, don't you have women, ogre women out there?
Yes, they that's what they do though. When you begin messing about with them, is they hit you with a stick and drive you home. Well,
You don't you don't frolic with
what?
them?
Well, I mean, there's one. Okay, so yes, there's one girl. Her name
Oh, out
her name is
there.
Amaya. And
Oh.
we did one time go picking flowers. Yes.
Did you hold hands?
No, we weren't allowed to do that.
No.
Her mother was
This
watching us the
drives
entire
Ukion
time.
suitably batshit crazy.
Yeah. It comes out very quickly that basically Halthir's barely old enough in ogre years to actually be courting anybody. So,
Oh,
his
well.
he's young, but now when I say that, it's like their yeah, their courting rituals are very, very complex, and of course, obviously, as we have
No
established before, the
touching,
women.
holding hands is the most
Yes,
steamy thing to ogres. Oh
yes,
yeah, holding hands.
yes, and yeah, and the young women very much are in control of how the courting progresses. So, and it is generally a matter of trying to show the best possible manners you possibly can and impressing her family. So, yeah, he's he tries to regale you guys with stories. His life just sounded boring. I mean, to most of you guys, the adventuring type, they're
Yeah,
like
he is. He
very,
give
That's
us
why you laughed
stories
at him
of
the stories of dad.
right,
yeah,
of course. Like I'm
which, yeah,
wholly unimpressive, but my dad is
yeah,
kind of awesome.
yeah. So,
As you are telling that story,
mhm.
uh, I need Halthir to make a defense test, please.
Defense test. Okay.
Yes.
Ooh,
Oh.
that is a grand total of a 9.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's a regular defense test, right? That's not a
That just yep. No,
okay.
that's god damn it regular.
Mhm.
Oh come on. All right. Oh shit. Uh, you
Mhm.
are taking an arrow
Okay.
kind of nicks actually streaks in at you from your guys' left. I need you to make an armor test and please roll high.
Armor test. Oh, that's actually pretty decent. That's a 12.
Okay, because he's coming at you for a full 20. Go ahead and take
Okay.
the difference
Okay.
there, please.
All right. So the arrow comes and goes thunk. He's like, ow.
It finds a gap between your
Yeah.
collarbone and where like the coat of plates will come up.
Yeah.
And it doesn't obviously hit your jugular. That's where he was aiming. The fucking bastard was, but you moved ever so slightly. He's an animated speaker when he tells a story.
Yes, he talks.
He
Quite
turned
a bit.
So in all actuality, maybe Haraka saved your life by saying, "Hey, how about girls? What do you think about girls? Oh, girls turn schwack." And yes, damage coming in as some. You see a group, a host, a war band of goblins and two trolls actually burst out of the that pine, the autumn pine brush there, and I need reactions from everybody, please.
All right, reaction test.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do reactions, and then everyone who beats you is actually going to go do their turn, and then we'll go back and forth.
16.
Oh shit! Okay,
I got an explosion on one of the dice.
that's what I like to hear.
Mhm.
All right, Haraka, where are you? Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. What do we got? Someone else.
23.
Oh yes. Okay, fantastic. That's what I like. See, I actually I pre-generated their the enemy's reaction, and it literally goes you them you them you them. I see this very rarely, but I do reactions.
Right.
Awesome. Okay, so someone else. You actually beat the troll chieftain by 1. Okay, so someone else is going to be the only one who actually gets to react as the ambush springs, and then everyone else will go, and then Halthier will be next.
Okay.
So someone else help as you see need I say a beautiful troll arrow, long as shit, with some beautiful red fletching. Only a red-tailed hawk. There's probably 2 birds in that fletching. Just appears in Halthir's, like just under his left collarbone there. Thankfully, not in his jugular.
Thankfully.
Go for it.
At the time, someone else was actually looking around with the eye.
Were you just?
So as this happened, he would actually probably close in on where the eye came from.
Okay.
I'm sorry, where the arrow came from, but like still like the whole, he's looking around. Oh shit.
There is a troll bowman there. Now trolls, let me actually do this properly for you. Because thanks to Keith, trolls are goddamn massive. These guys are
Not my fault.
Yeah, it's absolutely totally your fault. You did the stat blocks for these guys. Okay. What time is it, gentlemen? Just so I know.
11:18 Central.
Yeah. In game.
Oh, in game.
Ass. Thank you. I know what time it is.
Well, early afternoon.
Early afternoon. Around about what? 1, 2.
Yeah,
Probably
2:30. Yeah.
Oh well, shit. How did he get you? Because they have poor eyesight at midday. He rolled very well to get you. Okay, that is technically a large size creature. Yeah, no. So you see a troll bowman. He kind of steps out from behind a fir tree there that somehow had him concealed. He's 11 feet tall. He is garbed in kind of a cloth that looks like it's covered in pine needles, forest foliage, and it almost kind of looks like a ghillie suit, or he's just filthy. And I know, but no, but there is an amulet hanging around this guy's neck that actually shimmers under the influence of that Gorgon eye.
Oh,
Like the sunlight hits a glass lens, like that brightness, that glare stabs you in your cornea. Jesus, but no, that's something.
all right.
I'm not going to make you roll for it or roll your sight for it. No, that is a magical implement of some potency.
Oh, fantastic. Before being blinded by the light as it was, did anything else seem out of place through the eye?
No, not out of place. Possibly some camouflaged goblins and 2 trolls, or they're just fucking filthy.
Filthy.
Which works in their favor because they
Right.
snuck up on you.
Right as he gets blinded by that amulet, he will tuck the eye back into his pocket, and he will bring around his great shield and his spear because he has no ranged weaponry.
Okay.
And he will actually get in front of Halthier to basically play cover.
Okay.
While Halthier, I would assume, tries to get this arrow out of him and gets ready to lay a beat down with that bloodletter of his.
Sweet.
So at the moment, yeah. So Silmanos will be basically at the ready, but not actually go forward at all. He'll just be playing tank, so to speak.
All right. So one of the trolls draws a massive looking broadsword made of bronze that looked like it possibly was longer at one point. It's got the end of it snapped off and it looks jagged and awful. So maybe the tip of this thing looks a little bit more menacing, but still, nevertheless, a horrid implement of destruction. But he's actually going to wade forward and because Silmanos is the closest target there, Ukion is going to attempt to do something on his turn here quick, like yeah, he's gonna prep that. The chieftain, actually not the chieftain, the troll swordsman, the 11-foot tall behemoth that he is going to attack Silmanos, with the first attack being, oh goodness gracious, this is 23 on the first one. That's probably not going to make it through your Fey Iron mail, but we'll see.
31.
Beautiful. Okay, so the second attack is actually going to crit. Let's see if
God damn it.
yeah, I know, right? Let me ask on multiple attacks quick, like if one of them succeeds, do all of them succeed after that? Let me see. I don't know if I don't remember if that's legacy text or not.
I believe it is actually.
Oh, so okay, so if he has 3 attacks, he misses the first one, but the second one lands, then the third one automatically lands too.
No, he still has to roll for it. Each attack's always been treated different, being treated separate.
There was a time when we didn't, but I'll have you roll defense for the next one anyway. We'll just look it up later.
I don't personally remember that, but it's either way.
So, here is
the first one was a miss, second one was a crit.
Yes. The third miss was a fat 20.
32.
Nice.
What's that crit do to me?
We're gonna find out. Oh, for Christ's sake, really? Come on.
Did you roll a 1?
No, that would have been much more violent swearing. No, I got a 3. You didn't die instantly, you didn't get your throat cut, but you're horribly disfigured. Okay. That's it's worse than that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I wasn't not whole before.
Oh. Ow. God damn it. Ow. Jesus H. Christ on sale. Really? Oh, you can stop now.
How much damage are you doing?
Hang on. I have to do fucking math. Oh, shit. I don't want to, though.
Is it over 20?
Quit getting ahead of me. After all of the present bonuses, that is 31 points of damage.
Someone else is dead.
Are you serious?
That's almost double his hit points.
Wait. Armor test. No.
Crit. I don't get one.
Oh no. Wait. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah, it's true. I'm
Crit.
looking
I
at it
don't
right
get
now.
one.
Are you serious? Does
Yeah.
that actually? Where does it say? Does it bypass armor?
That's what
Critical
you've
hits
always
ignore
done
any
in
damage
this.
suppressed by armor worn, and do an additional damage bonus according to location rolled.
Don't fucking do that to me.
Quote your rules to you.
I know what I wrote.
Looking at
I don't, but I don't. You
Someone else had
happens.
it coming. Let's be honest here. He's lived long enough.
Okay. All right. You do have a fate point, mind you. You can. I'm not telling you to. I'm saying it is in the guidebook. I am not swaying you in any way. It is your character. Let's see. What part of you is disfigured?
Probably his shield arm.
Yeah, probably.
The narrator penalizes victims' physique, cunning, or allure ratings.
Mm-hmm.
A grotesque wound to the face or other organ or body part, whichever best applies. Well, I'm going to
appendix.
The first appendicitis of Arklenar. He just had it removed. He's going to be fine. So he comes down like an over the right arm. This one's righty. He's a troll. Fuck him. And probably brings that down. You probably got your shield up, and it's probably smashed into your face. Like the corner of it fucks you up something fierce as he basically hammers you like a railroad tie. We probably hear however many bones break on impact, and when he mushes you into the fucking floor. God damn it. Silmanos, you may describe how you go out.
All right, give me a second here. All right, so Yeah, god damn it. No, and actually thinking about it, Simonas would actually not use a fate point for this. Nope, and the reason being is he has had too many brushes with death as it is. He's already been reborn twice. And he just had his coven dissolve. I don't think in good conscience, I don't think if he saw this death blow coming down, I actually think he would be at that point where he's like, all right, silent monolith, may the earth take me. I honestly and truly do think he would feel that way. So basically how this goes down is he has moved in front of Halthier. Halthier's trying to cure himself. Big bastard comes up. He would, I assume he would bring down the club on that first swing. He'd miss. And someone else would kind of just do that little like fucking dodge thing to the left. And he'll bring the shield up because he knows this guy's like coming down. And he's going like swinging around and come down for a second fucking head crusher. And that's where someone else like sees it coming. And he's just going to be like, and then it's just all going to come crashing down into his head. So with that shield, it's a great shield. So that shield's big enough that when he got hit, the bottom of it actually dug into the dirt. So when he got smashed, his head's all fucked. His arm's probably done. I mean, that thing's probably mush anyway. But because he's holding onto it like that death grip, he actually would not fall. So depending on how this troll wants to take it, that third swing might still be directed at Silmanos because he's still seeing an opponent standing. Because right now Silmanos is literally holding on because his hand is pretty much welded to the shield and it's welded to his face. But actually, hold on, did he actually do anything else?
Yeah, if you want to make an at death's door roll, I'll let you. Normally we wouldn't be able to because that blows out 8 more points of your vitality. So
what I was actually rolling a self-control to see if he was going to scream out or not.
Okay.
Because just basically if he's going out screaming or if he's kind of silently already accepted it. And I got like a 22.
Okay.
So
he probably just accepts it.
Yeah, he sees this thing coming down. He already knows. All right, here I come. Good luck, boys. Narada, may the earth hold you. And Xi'an, maybe I'll see you soon.
Oh,
and then he's gonna get smashed. He's gonna go dark, and that third strike is probably gonna come in and probably send him to the floor. Because I'm assuming with the third strike, the bottom of that shield's actually gonna snap off, and he's gonna crumple like the house of cards he is.
Okay. Well, Halthier.
Yes.
In a span of you getting almost your throat slashed by an arrow, a troll swordsman as well as their goblin compatriots come crashing out of the autumn and pine underbrush there. A companion that you've not known for very long, but is probably the kindest and of the Fae, possibly second to Xi'an himself, probably most beloved. steps in front of you to take the threat to protect you with this great shield, goes out in an amber gold colored spatter, wearing a beautiful coat of Fey Iron mail, and this happens in like there. He stepped in front, gone.
Yeah.
I am going to allow you to go next,
Okay.
and you may call upon whatever gods you wish in this moment. I'm going to pretty much give you free reign, because this is horror right now.
He actually sees this, and this is literally his worst nightmare. This is what he was afraid of happening, because he saw the death before on the field, and something in him snaps, and he bellows the top of his lungs and says what his father told him he always said when he went into a combat. He calls on carnage, and he just grabs Bloodletter and swings.
Go for it
with all his might. So, not quite a crit, but
a 7,
double sevens.
Oh shit! It's just as
which
rare,
that's still a 23 for his first
Barbarian
attack.
Ray should have an extended crit range. I'm just saying. I mean, what?
Yeah, right. He's not a barbarian though. He's not a
Not a
barbarian.
barbarian. I'm a tailor.
He's channeling it though. He's
I'm a
channeling
tailor.
it.
really bad.
So the first one is a 23 to the attack.
You beat him by 2. Go for it.
All right.
You got
so I shall roll damage,
right, or 2?
What's that?
You got 3 attacks or 2 attacks?
3.
3. Roll damage on when we're done. Keep it clean.
All right. Second attack.
Okay.
There's an 8.
Oh, Jono is going to be so mad at us. Oh my god.
That is going to be a 27 on that attack. Oh, sorry, 26 on that attack.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the camera. I'm looking at you, Jono.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So the second one's a 26.
He can't answer that at all.
Okay. And a third one is an 18.
The third one doesn't connect. He actually beats you on that one. So roll damage.
Damage on the first one.
And just again to clarify, you are under 10 feet tall. You're 1d8 per. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Or what? Actually, you said the club was 2d8 for the club.
You are a medium-sized creature. You roll 1d8 for damage, but you're using it two-handed.
Yeah.
Do not forget that bonus. That was
that factored in.
Okay, good.
Okay. So,
but technically, for this, you're landing 2 attacks. So technically,
so the
2d8. But
the first one is 20.
20 points of damage.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I had an explosion.
Good. Because fuck this guy.
Second one is 14. Well, 14. That's base damage. I don't know if I had any.
If it itself is an enchanted weapon, did you add 3 damage because he's using it two-handed?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
And that's total for both attacks, correct?
Yeah. So 20, and then that was what I said, 20 and then 14. Yes.
Okay.
So total of 34 altogether.
Ow. Describe for me how this you're gonna blow the absolute shit out of his health. You actually capped his vitality at 2 points.
Okay.
So it's gonna kill him instantly, but your attack lands in his pelvis.
Okay.
So he's never, if he survived, he would never walk again.
Okay. So he roars, and I said the way he had been traveling was he had He had bloodletter across his shoulders, using as sort of a yoke.
Okay.
As Silmanos falls and he bellows, his left hand pushes out and pushes the rope off the end of bloodletter, bringing it up because it actually basically almost uses the weight of the cart to pivot it up like this. He reaches over, grabs it, and comes across, and catches him on his left hip, causing a loud crack as that pelvic bone shatters.
Oh, he roars in agony.
That blow hits, knocking him off to the side. As he goes to stumble, the club comes back, and he comes around the other side and comes down and actually hits him right on the top of the other hip, slamming that side of the pelvis and actually crushing that hip bone as well. The third one, I think the third one missed, right?
Yeah, the third one did miss, yes.
So yeah, he actually, as that one comes down, he comes up for another big swing toward the head. That he actually misses because the troll begins to fall, and he swings where his head was.
You hardly needed that third hit, though.
Yeah.
You brutally destroy this troll. And all right, I need a.
And can I do an intimidation?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please do.
I actually have that. Ooh.
I'll give you +4 because that was that you are channeling the great goddess right now. She is
18 + 7 is 25 +4, you said?
+4.
29. That's going to be a total of a 36 on intimidation.
Yes.
As that last club comes around, he just looks at everything else and just roars.
Okay. Every ogre, warrior, ancestor spirit is
comes bellowing out,
thunderously applauding you from the afterlife.
Yes, literally all the rage and all of the bad feelings he's been feeling for Silmanos over the past couple of days comes out in that primal roar.
Oh, and I wanted to hold her hand. Now, no. Oh God, he's fucking done. These goblins, however, oh my God, they are a great many of them are actually going to dip the fuck out. They're like, no, you said that there were going to be some fae here, but there's an ogre who just destroyed one of the trolls. No. So 6 of them are actually numbered leave. A couple of the, we're going to say four goblins and one of the trolls actually stays and fights. Actually just over half stays. You kind of get the feeling that these goblins are probably like 3 or 4 times blooded in their tribe.
Okay.
They're not, this is okay, there's an ogre warrior. Okay, this actually might be a good fight. They're not cowards. But as Halfir is now the biggest threat, oh Jesus H Christ on sale. Now, that is yes, please. That archer is gonna try and fucking shoot you again.
I have no defense.
Wait, what? No,
I rolled double ones on my defense test.
Oh no!
Yep.
Stop it! Don't you?
Nope. I rolled double. I can take a picture and send it to you if you want.
I don't want you to roll ones.
I'm sorry. It happens.
I know it happens. Son of a bitch. Oh, all right, Jono is gonna be so mad at us. Jono, I'm so sorry. God damn. Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. That's only 12 points of vitality damage. That's
Okay.
only 12.
All right.
Okay.
He's
You
still
actually
alive.
rolled really low for that arrow. Where does that arrow land?
That one is going to probably hit in the meaty part of my left arm.
Okay.
He's probably caught me basically as I'm coming up, he probably caught me like right here.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, right through the bicep.
Ow.
Yeah.
Owie.
So it's gonna hurt.
Shit. Ow. You're not
Yeah.
feeling it. We're not processing
Yeah.
right now.
And he is down to half his vitality at this point. So
Really? He's at okay. He's at half.
actually just below half.
Send me that in chat. How much
Okay.
does he have left? Because we have to do the quick as well as vitality penalties. Okay. What's his physique score?
His physique score is still a 13.
Okay. He takes any more damage, he's going to start having vitality penalties because your quick is your vitality.
Yeah.
Okay. Ukion is going to finish his ritual. He's going to actually shed 4 of his spell points, and he is going to unleash a sickening withering from his polearm, and he's going to have a go at one of these goblins. He's actually going to land. Attaboy, Ukion. Shit, actually. Hell yes. He doesn't actually blow out his vitality, but he's not looking good. So he comes down kind of like water wheel style, and then he brings the pole arm down, cuts across the breast there, actually whips it around behind him, and then brings it down the other. So he's kind of made a kind of a festering X across his chest there, but that's unfortunately didn't land it on the jugular there, but he stumbles back and clutching his chest. Haraka is going to quite literally disappear. He's going to dive into the underbrush, and he's attempting to do his job as an assassin. We are back to the archer went, the goblins went. Halthir, help.
He is going to charge forward towards this archer.
Okay.
Stepping on the troll that he just put down. Probably stepping somewhere in the pelvic area.
Squish.
And he's going to charge forward, literally club over his head.
Okay.
Take that first shot at him here.
As you're going to be you're a medium-sized creature going to be stepping into a group of trees. It's going to be close. So you're going to have a -4 penalty using a long weapon in close quarters.
All right. That is going to be a 25.
Okay.
For the -4.
Okay. He is actually going to dodge that amazingly.
Wow. Okay. Well, then
this
he
one
has
is
2 more.
spry.
He has 2 more coming at him, so you better keep dodging.
Good. Get him.
All right. That second one is going to be a 21.
Oh,
sorry. 18. No, 17. Because of -4.
Okay, he's gonna get by that one too. He's using this fir tree against you and its branches as he's trying to fish out another
I
arrow
don't
out
think
of a
he's going to
quiver.
miss. I don't think he's going to dodge this one.
What does it look like?
5-8 so far on one die.
Get him! Get him! I don't care. Get him.
So
That's a 40 something.
that is going to be a, with the -4 penalty, 53.
Nice. Nice. God, I think that's the highest roll that we've had
I said 5-8s on that one die.
yet.
That's like, okay.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah, no. He
Okay.
cannot match that with a 21 on that final. So roll damage.
So the base is 13 plus whatever the dispatch is. I think max is 5, right?
Max is 5. You're obviously
Okay, so
gonna
yeah,
max out now.
yeah, max out. So that's gonna be a 17 on the damage.
Plus whatever enchantments that
Yeah.
bloodletter does in fact have. He's not dead, but he's looking real bad.
Okay. So this was very much a come down, probably, the first time I come out, he dodges to the side. Then I go to swing back and I hit a tree.
Yep.
The second one. Then I just rear back and blast through said tree, catching him in with a surprise because he's thinking, I'm doing it again. Boom, right through the tree. And
Yes.
slamming into the guy with both the club and the splinters from said tree.
I'm just gonna have the tree fall on him. That is
Okay.
also going to be it's actually that's 3 die. That is gonna be like 26 more points of vitality. He gets crushed by this tree.
Okay.
The thing falls on him and he's crushed by this tree.
Okay. So, and once again, intimidation as he's screaming at everything around him.
Yes. Awesome.
That's going to be a 25.
The goblins attempt to, after you seeing this horror happen, they are they're going to attempt to break and withdraw, but your companions are going to mop them up soundly.
Okay.
And with that, we will have closing soliloquies for the evening.
Okay.
Can I have a soliloquy from Silmanos as you're hearing this conflict going on? What are his dying thoughts?
Honestly, first thing he's going to think of is, well, I guess Connors didn't like me too much earlier today because he took a drink from Halthier without actually saying anything toward her. So that one came back to bite him in the ass. His second thought is, even though he knows Narada cut him off, he is still going to attempt to speak without speaking. And I don't really think you can like broadcast a thought. But
It's people you have a special bond with.
Okay.
Here's a lay.
No.
That could be literally your dying action, is to send him a voice on the
Sure.
Yeah. So, but basically, yeah.
I'll make you roll for it. We'll just let you do that.
Right. So basically, to whatever members of the rest of his sect that he had a connection with his brother, with his king, and with Narada, he will literally just say, "It's big. May the silent monolith hold you dear, and may the earth take you when it's time." And then collectively, because he's dead, they're gonna feel that connection snap all at once. And with his final, like as his eyes actually blacken over and stuff, he's basically just going to pray to the Silent Monolith one last time of, please let my compatriots see this through. Please keep them safe within your earthen walls. And I'll be hearing you again soon. And then he fades out completely.
As Halther is coming down, he's going to be coming down for several hours. I'm laughing because this is really stressful. This last 40 minutes of this session, he's going to be coming down from this adrenaline high for a while. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this is probably the most horrific thing that's happened to him in his young life this far.
Yes, this is
before you do your soliloquy, I want a life force test.
Okay.
This one's gonna suck.
Spirit. Let's level 6. Okay. $28. Actually, rolled well.
Okay. That was a good roll, but
that's not good enough.
No. This is a life-changing thing.
Right.
You are going to get 4 points shadow sickness.
Okay.
We'll go over mechanics.
Okay.
After the session. As that sets in, you see the corner of your eye, you see Haraka strangling with his bare hands, strangling this goblin to death. And Ukion quite literally behead one as he dives into this underbrush, slides and beheads one of these goblins as he dips past him with his pole arm. You see this, they're doing their mop up as forest devils would in their graceful woodland environs, as that darkness sets in and those cold black claws sink into your heart. What do we see of Halthir's heart and mind?
What you see in Halthir, at first, it's still blind rage, grief, and shock all rolled into one. And he really doesn't think much of what's going on. And what he initially does is he continues to beat this corpse of this troll under this tree, screaming at the top of his lungs. These thundering crashes of this club coming down. Doesn't care if it's wood or flesh that he's hitting. As he spends his rage on that, he then begins hitting every tree around him and basically flies into a blind rage. For a period, he doesn't know how long it's been, and basically until he gets tired, till the wounds that he's taken finally drag him down from exhaustion. He still has the arrows in his arm, probably broken off at this point, just a stub. Same with the one in his upper chest. He eventually falls down to his knees. Can't even hold the club up anymore. Drags it, sort of climbs up this little hill to where Silvanas's body sits. And he goes over to him. And at this point, I mean, he has tears streaming out his face. He's a mess. The rage has turned to utter grief and despair. And as this cold darkness settles in on his soul, this is something he's never experienced. He's never seen a person that close to him that he's spoken with, that he's known, even for just the brief time that he's known him, gets struck down like that. It's outside of his experience, and he has no idea internally how to deal with it. And then he remembers what the grandfather told him back in the camp about you can't think about it. And he literally throws his head back and screams to the sky, but how? And of course, no one else probably understands why of course, it's an ogreish, because no one else probably understands it. But he goes over and he looks down and he sees this crumpled body under this broken shield. And he sees laying there next to the body this eye that had been that he had been looking through just moments before. And this compass sitting there, the finger still pointing. And he leans down and he gently takes the shield and pulls it away from what was Silmanos. And he says, I'll finish it. And his big hands scoop up the two items from the ground. And he covers him back with his shield and looks up to the other ones. And he says, Ukian, how do we say goodbye?
And with that, Ukian, our camera pans to Ukian, and he just covered in the blood and the muck that was his tumble through the undergrowth. And Haraka comes up behind him, both his daggers streaming with blood, just covered in his face. These two grim devils covered in God and awful and battle. And Ukian, his lips part for that moment, and then our curtains close. And with that, we will close session 6 of The Crown of Autumn. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to our first session of the year. That was grim, to set a tone for this year's worth of gaming. But we will be back next week with our alternate game coming up.
Yes.
And Merp. All right. Be safe. Be well. Love, love, love. Good night, everybody.
And good night.